2, 1.
Hi. Oh, Jake, and I can't hear you.
Of course. You know, you can't start a virtual event without starting on mute. Didn't you hear? Didn't you get the memo, Katie? No. Good time zone to you all, and welcome to IGDA's Queer Indie Showcase for 2023. The special live stream event celebrates the creativity and talent of LGBTQIA+ game developers.
Today, we are diving into a world of diverse, captivating, and groundbreaking indie games that not only push the boundaries of interactive storytelling, but also provide a platform for the voices and experiences of LGBTQIA+ creators.
This showcase is a collaboration between the International Game Developers Association, MidBoss, and GaymerX. It's been a long time in the making, and we're absolutely thrilled to show you some of the most fascinating games from LGBTQIA+ developers to debut in the last few years.
As your host, we wanted to quickly introduce ourselves and our respective organizations before diving into the first showcase. My name is Dr. Jakin Vella. You can call me Jakin. I'm the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. We support and empower game developers all around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. We do so by fostering professional growth and industry advancement through networking, mentorship, resources, advocacy, and my favorite, community. I also run a budding indie studio, Astral Interactive, where we're working on our first queer-focused game. Super excited.
Oh, that sounds awesome, Jakin. I am Katie Kachuk, the Executive Director of GaymerX. GaymerX is a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting and celebrating LGBTQIA+ people and culture in games. We've spent the last 10 years hosting video game conventions, doing outreach and inclusion work at in-person and online video game events, and providing training and consulting to game studios. We've remained steadfast in our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion work, and are passionate about making games and game spaces fun and inclusive for all people and genders and sexuality and sexual identities. Wow, okay, this is good. I can read today.
Well done. And I'm Cade Peterson. I run a little game studio called MidBoss. MidBoss is about a 10-year-old game studio. It's a game and media studio headquartered in Berkeley, California. And our projects include the acclaimed documentary called Gaming in Color, the cyberpunk point-and-click adventure series, Read Only Memories, and a couple other things in the works. But besides making content, one of our biggest things is that we always wanted to help encourage more developers out there to make inclusive stories, and that way we can have a much more awesome level of representation globally. Let's see. In this showcase, we'll be exploring a fantastic array of games that encompass a wide range of genres, styles, and narratives. These games don't just entertain us, they challenge us and challenge the norms, foster empathy, and spark important conversations about queer identities and LGBTQIA+ experiences.
But before we begin, we want to emphasize that this live stream is more than just about gaming. It's about celebrating the LGBTQIA+ community, our stories, and the profound impact we've had on the gaming industry. It's about fostering a more inclusive and welcoming space for everyone, regardless of your background or identity.
Absolutely. So, what games will we be playing? I think that's a good question, but let's pull up a list now and see. So this showcase today will feature 6 games that we are thrilled to have. First, Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers by Fiction Factory Games. Then in our second showcase, we'll go into Validate by Veritable Joy Studios. Then Small Town Emo by F-Knife Games. Then Sephony by Analgesic Productions. Then we'll have Queer Man Peering into a Rock Pool.jpg by Fuzzy Ghost. And to close off the showcase, we'll actually have Read-Only Memories Neurodiver by our very own MidBoss. Super excited about these.
In addition to the games, we'll be showcasing some fantastic LGBTQIA plus streamers and content creators. Joining us this evening will be Raven, Chalora, Deer, Jeff Brutlag, and Parker.
Okay, and at the end of the showcase, we will wrap up with a panel on the importance of LGBTQIA plus representation in the games industry.
So whether you're a part of the queer community, an ally, or simply a gamer who appreciates innovation and diversity, we invite you to join us on this incredible journey. Get ready to discover some extraordinary games and the passionate developers behind them.
At this time, we'd also like to give a special shout out to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. So thank you to I Am 8-Bit, Insomniac Games, Chorus Worldwide, and Heart Machine. We truly couldn't have done this without your support.
Without further ado, let's dive into our first game, Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers. And remember, throughout this event, feel free to interact with us in chat, share your thoughts, and ask questions. We're here to engage with you, so let's make this live stream a celebration of inclusivity and creativity together. Jakin, take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Cade. Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers, is the follow-up to 2019's Arcade Spirits, a visual novel of love and pixels in which you seek friendship and romance while working in an arcade. Now, the tables are turned as you seek friendship and romance while playing in an arcade. Showcasing this romance and decision-impacting narrative, we have the majestic Parker streaming and playing alongside Stefan from Fiction Factory Games. Let's get Parker and Stefan up on the screen for some quick introductions.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It is going great. It's great to see you. It's been a while.
I know. I was going to say, I was really excited when I heard you be joining me for this. I was stoked. And for those of you in chat, here's the fun story. I've played Arcade Spirits and Arcade Spirits New Challengers. I love them both. And Stefan was a doll and was in my chat as I played them. So I just love this opportunity to actually get to meet you and talk to you about this live. So
yeah, I love dropping in on people who are streaming my games. Not only to thank them for sharing their stream, their audience with me, but to also it's good research. As a writer, you want to see how people are reacting to your stories, and watching folks play through on Twitch is perfect for that. I think more developers should do it.
I completely agree and support that. Also, it's just it's also fun from the streamer perspective because I don't know, I feel like we've got your support, we've got you in there, but also it was such cool insights into the game that we're playing, and I'm really excited for even more of that. So it's going to be really good to dive back into this. As I looked at my save files, and I was like, cool, I have 20 million saves because I made that life choice of saving a ton as I went. So I'm like, cool, we'll start at chapter 2, I guess. But I will share screen here.
So I'll just briefly introduce myself. I am Stefan Gagny. I am project director, writer, UI designer, social media guy, wears too many hats for Fiction Factory Games. I am a reasonably okay writer, but otherwise relatively boring.
I think you're exciting. And I'm Parker, also known as the Pixie Parker, which is where you can find me on most social media platforms, as well as Twitch. I mostly play dating sims. I don't know. That's just who I am as a person. But I also love it when they can attack my heartstrings. So it's a good time. But yeah, I think we're watching a trailer first, and then we'll cut into gameplay.
All right.
I'm like,
Man.
I spent my time dancing to the music. That's all I'm doing here in the background.
I spent my time cringing at the temporary assets that managed to be in that early build. Whoops, that's not the real Chris.
Fine.
And still, just great video work by PQ. They really did a great job putting that trailer together.
Oh yeah. I don't know, everything with this game, the vibe and all of it. But the music is one of those things. I think I kept listening to the soundtrack on Spotify for like months after. Honestly.
Yeah. Greg Merles, they are such an amazing composer. And they did the soundtracks for both Arcade Spirits games and just this amazing synth-work stuff.
It's so beautiful. Like, it's so just enjoyable. All right, we're going to start here.
You got to go to load, not save.
That'd probably be it. Yep, thank you. Yes. I had it loaded, and then I remembered that there's audio at the beginning of this part. So I was like, maybe not.
I love the VHS filter. We abuse the heck out of it.
So good. So nostalgic. With like this. Fight Shack.
Authentic Commodore 64 logo.
So good. Punchy
What's
78.
up, everybody? It's your boy Punchy78 here with Fight Shack News. All the fighting that's fit to post.
Same voice actor as Dionysus from Hades, by the way.
Wait, really?
Really.
Oh my god.
I am
The scenes here
amazed.
as P2W endures humiliation at the hands of a small team from a local laundromat.
This is actually very handy because I haven't played this in like a year and a half.
Yeah.
So I also
They try
don't
to-
remember.
Like, the whole point of doing the news caps at the start of each chapter is because we know folks are going to be coming in, like, probably after a couple weeks gap. We
Yeah.
wanted to catch them up to speed. Like, here's what just happened.
Which is smart, honestly.
In the upset of the century, this previously unknown team of locals utterly trounced Team P2W's Coda, who was fired on the spot. Are P2W really as strong as we believed? Are they starting to show weakness? Are they no longer favored to win the Pro Tour? Will this little incident become the start of something bigger? Who knows? Personally, I can't wait to see what this new team can do.
My favorite thing is still this S on his shirt.
cool
Like
S.
that.
That
old-
was entirely Molly's design. Molly Nemekek, our character artist. They're the one who put the S on the chest. It's like, it seemed iconic for this, hip, cool dude trying to pass himself off as the hip, cool dude to have the cool S on his shirt.
Oh my god, it's such a fun throwback with all of
For
it.
more on this developing story, be sure to like, share, subscribe, and rate Fight Shack 5
Oh.
stars. This is only the beginning, folks.
I like that the green screen isn't entirely accurate.
Oh yeah, no, you can see just on the side
And
there. It's-
I pulled the exact coloring and drop shadow effect from like old 1980s instructional videotapes, like trying to make sure I was mimicking it. Like, these are really tiny details that folks aren't going to notice, but I had to have them in there for the authentic retro feel.
It's just fun for the vibes.
Exactly. It's very much about aesthetics. It's very much about the feel of
Completely.
the underdog 1980s sports movie, which is kind of the motif we were going for of this thing.
Yes, and welcome to what was my background on my computer for a very long time. Because even just this was always so cool and such the right vibes and aesthetics. for
Yeah,
this.
our background artist invented all these fake brands. The only one in
Good.
here that I specified was Sparksoft because that's plot relevant. But everything else here, it's like we wanted to have things that like were similar to real world brands, but obviously nothing we could get sued over.
I mean, yeah.
You see stuff like that all over the place. Like the graphics card in this world is called NVIDIA instead of
Ah.
NVIDIA, which means like NVIDIA, tip the fedora,
Yep, pretty much.
NVIDIA.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Was there any like specific city that was the inspiration for like the skyline or how crowded this is, or?
Vaguely New York. We never
Okay.
specify exactly what the city is. I very, very much wanted an authentic 90s PC for this screen. Just like beige tower case, beige monitor,
I mean-
beige speakers, everything beige. Of course, it's tinted in pink because it's got, the whole synthwave aesthetic.
Yeah,
but
it's got
it's
the
still beige.
it's still, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, with like the multiple cups of noodles happening as well.
I'm in this image and I don't like it.
This is relatable. This is me in my teenage years. Oh, good, excellent.
I don't know how I keep making games that are relatable to the youths when I'm so old, but somehow I manage it.
Because you'd be surprised how relatable it all ends up being.
I try.
Oh, wait.
Online.
Iris, my love, my darling AI. You piece of technology, you. She is... Was there any... Because Iris was also a big deal in the first game. Was there any inspiration that, like, started Iris? Because she became, to me anyway, such a really cool part of all of this.
Okay, so a long time ago, I saw some fan art of Samara, the little ghost girl from The Ring. Except instead of climbing out of a TV, she was climbing out of someone's flip phone. So she was tiny.
Okay.
And it was adorable. And I was like, well, I know I want to do this virtual assistant for the game. And that was like my touchstone. It's like the idea of just small, cute, inside your technology and always with you.
Yeah.
It's very much like, your Siri, your Alexa, your Cortana. I probably just triggered 5,000 people's phones just now. Sorry about that.
Oh my goodness. I love it. She's also had such a fun personality. I mean, the problem is I constantly associate pizza bagels now with her.
Oh, yeah. The pizza bagels.
Always pizza bagels.
Well, the irony is that in the first game, we used the pizza bagels as a metaphor for poverty. It's like this was what you were eating because it's all you had available to you because you were basically broke and your job wasn't paying well enough. But our fan base kind of elevated the pizza bagel meme to be like this glorious, wonderful thing instead of like, this metaphor for something you don't actually want to be eating all the time. So we just ran with it. So in the sequel, she is more pizza bagel obsessed and it's more used for humor.
I love it. It makes me so happy. Oh my god, I forgot that you have to choose that. I forgot that like level 2 is where you hit a bunch of decisions right from the get-go.
Yep.
Which is why I specifically had a save file right there, because I don't make decisions to save my life.
This was purposeful. In the first game, you do eventually open up your own arcade, and you get to do things like deciding, well, what's the direction of the arcade? What are we going to emphasize? What's the name of the arcade? How are we decorating it? And so we wanted to have that up front here instead of at the end of the story. So right away, you are in charge of this team. You're picking a name for it. You're picking the sponsors.
Yeah.
You're doing the legwork to make sure that this team succeeds.
Oh, yeah. Which is really cool to have it at the front of it. Like, it was a huge reward I found at the end of the first game to be able to have the barcade of your dreams, honestly. I'm still...
Oh, so you went with the barcade.
Huh? I did go with the barcade, yes.
I usually go with the family restaurant because I want to have Hamza stick around.
Oh, Hamza is a delight. He is a beautiful character.
There is a voice line in the ending if you go with the family restaurant, and it took like 15 minutes to get that one line recorded because Hamza's voice actor kept cracking up trying to deliver it. And I'm not going to spoil what it is, but you'll hear it if you play it.
Okay. I'm going to have to.
Yeah, but we wanted to make sure that in this game, you have a lot of self-expression. We designed the entire game around the idea that you can see your character on screen. You're obviously not seeing it now, but that's the reason why the game is played from like this third-person perspective, where everything is sort of on the side, 3/4 view. I liken it to the old LucasArts point-and-click games, like The Secret of Monkey Island, where you're like seeing a play sort of take place in front of you, like you're looking at like a community theater stage. Whereas most visual novels are usually first-person perspective. You're seeing through the eyes of the character. In this case, your character is on screen because we wanted you to be able to customize that character and see it interacting, doing body language, having facial expressions, just like anybody else in the cast.
That's neat.
Running the team is part of that. We wanted to make sure you had a lot of self-expression, a lot of role-playing potential, and you could be who you wanted to be and romance who you want to romance, if you want to romance at all.
And I think that was always one of my favorite parts about this, because I think you were the one that told me that, like, if I didn't want to romance anybody, I could choose to not, which is a lovely option through this. And then even in this game, there's the polycule option as well. Yeah,
we wanted to have a really wide range of options. So we've got an asexual aromantic playthrough, which is important because I'm asero myself, and I wanted some freaking representation.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird sexuality to represent because it's defined by absence rather than presence.
Yeah.
Which means technically Pac-Man is a queer representation of asexuality, but not. It's like, it's so hard to have genuine ace representation in games. I'm not even sure we really got here with this one. I think we got here much more for ace representation in Penny Larceny, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, we also have a polyamory route here. And it was important to me that it's not the harem ending like you get in visual novels. No, it's a serious, mature adult relationship with two people who are, consenting and communicating and make sure they're keeping an open dialogue and making sure the whole thing works for each other. And it's taken seriously. And we did the research with folks who were in poly relationships, trying to make sure we were representing that.
And you did a beautiful job with it. I was like somebody who went through that ending, because it's very true to like, it's not just, oh, pick two people and you can love both of them. It's we actually, like, there's full conversations with each of the characters. There's not, because communication is one of the biggest parts of it. And so the fact that that was so well represented and taken into consideration, and it's not just anybody, it's specific individuals who are having those, like, it made sense, and it was really beautiful to see.
I mean, I would have loved to let you put any two arbitrary people together and go like, now kiss. But, technical limits, you can't do like 12 different combinations of the cast and write unique storyline content for each of them. No. So it's a pretty specific pair.
Yes.
And it's kept, like all relationships in this game, it's kind of kept at a quantum level. Like, until you genuinely go after someone and like say, I'm interested in this person romantically, there isn't really a hard set sexual orientation or relationship there. It adapts to mold who you are and who you want to be.
Which is really cool. That must be, it must be difficult in its own way to try to create so many different branching options or at least opportunities for that. Is it?
Yeah, you have to balance it between all 6 members of the cast, make sure everybody has an equal amount of opportunities to talk with them, interact with them, earn points with them. And we have a lot of symmetry going on chapter to chapter to make sure that you always have a chance to interact with your favorites.
Which is amazing. Do you have a favorite character in this one?
Domino. Absolutely. Everybody loves this snarky sad boy.
My snarky sad boy.
And
He's so
the fact
good.
that ProZD is his voice actor is just the icing on top of the cake there.
I love Domino. That was just this game itself. I think I love I love everybody. I really do. I think I was a little more picky in the first game, but this one was one of those like, no. There's such fascinating characters, each and every one of them.
And this game's a little more forgiving in terms of the relationship mechanics in the first one. In the first one, we had people who were like reporting bugs saying, I was really interested in Teo and I couldn't date him. He turned me down. I said, well, did you volunteer to spend extra time with Teo when he offered it? No. Well, there you go. But this one, it's much more just whoever is someone that you're vibing with very well, they'll be available to you if you want.
I must protest.
Oh,
Loxley. Oh, Loxley. Oh, this man.
Such a delightful theater brat.
I love him. I think he was the one that I romanced in my first playthrough, and then I did my polycule, but like his love with specifically like the Crane games still sticks out with me when I see a Crane game to this day.
Oh yeah, that scene.
Oh,
I love all these characters, honestly. It's like we wanted to have a nice, robust offering, a little something for everybody, different personality types, different archetypes, different game focuses. Make sure that everybody has somebody in there. And importantly to me, there is disability representation.
Yes, there is with Jinx.
I just don't see. And I worked with a disability advocate to find a disability that would be similar to mine without literally being mine. So I could use a lot of my own personal experiences when I'm breathing life into the character.
That's amazing. So that's how Jinx came to be. Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh, I love her. My goth girl. She was like incredible.
Of course, we're not seeing too many of these characters right now because we're in the middle of picking sponsors. But
Which is like,
oh, capitalism. They take us away from the ones we love.
we're going capitalist. Oh, God, help me.
Sure. Let's embrace
guys. I love the voice work, though, as well.
Domino sad was your choice.
I know. I didn't, but I also... My heart cannot make Jinx or Loxley or Grace sad at any point, apparently.
Yeah, I love this decision because you have to, make a decision that not everybody's going to like.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many moments in this game. We even highlight it with a big glowing red banner. It says no good answer.
Oh, yeah.
Because we want to make sure people are aware there are times where you just can't find that perfect little middle ground.
Oh, I know. I am allowing Iris to do federal crimes. We don't care.
Oh boy, you're going for the chaos, Iris.
Be gay, do crime. Yes.
course, it makes sense. Your character is literally named Chaotic Rogue.
Exactly. That's how I did it in this one.
Oh, what do you teach your virtual daughter? This is not good.
So many crimes, all of the crimes. Basically what I teach my cat.
Which is appropriate since our next game is all about crime.
Yes, which actually I'm very excited about. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Penny Larceny?
Yes. Our latest game, which we released a couple weeks ago, is called Penny Larceny Gig Economy Supervillain. There's going to be a trailer for it soon. This is a comic book satire game where you're playing it's essentially like DoorDash for crime. You get hooked up with an app that lets you, as a cat burglar, go and be a henchman for various supervillains, running heists and capers and romancing and or just befriending them along the way. It's very much like a socially charged satire. It's very queer friendly. It's a lot of fun. And we are so excited that it's out in the world now and looking forward to folks reacting to it.
I am so excited because I'm gonna try to play it sometime soon. I am so stoked because it just seems it's very much that Be Gay Do Crime very, very, very much already.
Well,
like,
I've always played it's Be Gay Do Crime, Be Crime Do Gay, Crime Do Be Gay sometimes.
Crime do be gay sometimes, so which is like right up my alley. And unfortunately, this time's gone by so quickly, and all I did was attempt to make decisions. That's all I did. But it was such a good opportunity to actually get to chat more with you, which was so fun. I hope I see you when I start playing Penny Larceny. But is there anything anything else you wanted to share or say before we got booted off into the next game?
All of our games are on sale right now on Steam, so if you want to go get some pretty good stories for a couple bucks, then go forth and have fun. You will find games to let you be yourself.
I strongly, strongly recommend them. Arcade Spirits, the first and second games are two of my favorite games. They are beautiful, and the representation in them is just absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you both so much for that fun and engaging segment. It's actually hilarious because, and I think Parker mentioned this, but I've watched Parker play this on their stream before, and you truly get a new experience every time. So talk about replayability. Earlier, we drew a lucky winner for the free game. So congratulations to that great idea you lost in a dream from one of our Twitch chats. It might have been mine, it might have been GaymerX's, but hey, do us a favor, send IGDA a DM and we will get you that code ASAP. Can't wait to get my hands on Arcade Spirits, the new challengers, personally, because I love me a good dating game. But for you all, please grab it today, or at the very least, go ahead and wishlist it on Steam, and let's show our support to all the devs. So huge shout out to Parker, Stefan, and all of the game devs at Fiction Factory Games. Thank you so much for bringing this experience to us. Hang tight as we transition to our next showcase. Thank you all so much. Be right back.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
All right. For our next segment, we are thrilled to showcase Validate, struggling singles in your area. A romantic visual novel about 13 adults navigating new relationships and the harsh realities that come alongside them. In this relationship-heavy game, there's sure to be something, someone, for everyone. Let's join Parker again alongside Dan from Veritable Joy Studios.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really excited for this game.
Yay. Oh my God. Thank you.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Danny?
So, I'm the lead producer of Valley Circle Senior Area, and I am the CEO of Vertical Joy Studios. I am a queer woman based in Chicago. My pronouns are she, they, and I've been making games for about 4 years soon.
Oh my God, amazing. And Parker, I was the streamer on the last game, and now this one, which I have had my eye on for genuinely a while because the people. Oh my God, the people. I can't remember who, but there's a couple of them that people have like seen showcased on your formerly Twitter, now X, what I like to call Twix. But like tagging me being like, I think you'd love this person because I love my dating sims. So like this is so my jam completely.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a fun dating sim. I promise. I pinky promise.
I believe it. I feel like I've heard nothing but good things about this. So when I found out, I think yesterday that I was also playing this, I was like, oh, somebody loves me out there. So genuinely very excited. So, but also I'm so excited to talk to you today because this came out not that long ago, didn't it?
Yeah, it came out around sorry, I actually know the date of my game release, September 29th, 2022. It is Saturday night. I am so...
Oh my goodness. Amazing. So a bit over a year, and it honestly, I don't know. It seems so good. It's been on my list for obviously a hot minute, but.
Well, we're going to play it right now. I can't wait to hear your live thoughts.
This is going to be fun. Wayne.
Are you ready to find that future bae? Or will you mess up and fumble the bag? Get to know struggling singles just like you. Our first 4 players, playable characters, are ready to meet their match. It's wild out there. Sometimes you just need a new friend. Or maybe a little sneaky link. Not every date works out. Even the smoothest players can enter their flop era. But don't give up. Every fail is just a chance to start a new fling. So get your game face on and don't forget deodorant. It's time to mingle with some singles.
Okay, here we go. Oh my God.
Ooh, I think you should play as Anaya first.
Yeah?
Yes.
Food scientist, original croissant dropper, stim blocker during the height of 2014 bumbler. I love that. They say blocking is the best way to win an argument. That's just the character's talking. Oh my God, done. I love it. I love Ashude. This is excellent. Okay. Yeah, there's such a cast. There's such interesting characters. I remember looking through all of them, and it just seemed they all seem to have such depth to them, which is really cool.
Yeah, we love realistic characters here. No more corporate queer characters.
Good.
We love all the mess.
I love that you have the content warnings also right there at the get-go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We find that content warnings are really important. Also, our game just touches some harsh themes that most people would not be prepared for, so we like to be as respectful as possible. You have our content warnings listed in the beginning of even before you even play anything.
Yeah.
In our settings, if you just go there, you see all the content warnings. We also allow players to skip routes that they're not comfortable with, and still get completion.
because we are aware that some things are really uncomfortable for some people, and we still want to give players a reason to continue playing our game even without the things they don't like.
Good. Oh no, I love that though. It's really important, and I don't think people realize how important those content warnings are.
Oh yeah, especially it's always okay to just warn people about the messed up things they're about to see.
Oh yeah. Because some of the questions after I got last week's Penny I Love Vodka are absolutely ungodly. Oh my goodness. I love this. Really have worked from square one here. Before we do anything, I want to draw your attention. Oh goodness, I'm excited. Oh, you point a finger at the corner of your mouth with a flourish. Hands smell like rosemary and tap water. The strange and alien marking, it is a zit. Oh, jeez. It is admittedly nasty, but not cancerous. It's not, I mean, not herpes is also a really good clarifier there. Oh, man. So is this like a YouTube series, or is she live streaming?
So yeah, she's an Instagram chef. Like, we took a lot of inspiration from like Delish and Tasty. But she's like she used to be a STEM blogger during like Tumblr days.
Yes.
And then she was like, I need to stop doing this and grow up. And then she started teaching people like cooking fundamentals. And she can't really handle having that much visibility, which is like one of her main things. Having that much visibility and like people being really mean to her about her looks. Even though she just looks beautiful like
She's
a normal
gorgeous.
person, people aren't expecting to see like an Instagram model cooking.
Nah, that's not real. It's not. It's real for some people, but no, it's not. It's just not. You gotta have everybody. That's just it. That's just it. I love it. The poor thing though, because that is such a nerve-wracking thing when you're doing anything kind of live. So.
Yeah, and people are not that kind to her sometimes, but her story is her learning how to get over it.
Oh, I love that. Is she one of your favorites, or is there somebody else that like particularly?
Yes, I love Anaya. Anaya is a character that's just like so many people like for femme presenting folks who date men. Anaya is a really good character for them. I feel like we don't typically get that kind of character writing with like I want to say non-conventionally attractive people, but like beautiful Jennifer Lawrence's is like we always get it from the perspective of someone who's very beautiful, but like getting the perspective of someone who's like average, who just looks like your everyday person is very rare. So especially like as someone who is a she they and is non-binary, and like a non-binary person dating straight men or like interacting with straight men, we had to have like conversations about Anaya dating them, also Anaya dating lesbians, and just like trying to figure out, oh, does this person like me, or like are they just being nice, like those kind of things.
So my day to day, because that's a little relatable.
Yes, oh my goodness. And also finding boundaries. Like Anaya is like like one of her biggest things is that they are really bad at setting boundaries with other people, so they're like constantly battling that.
Oh no, she is really relatable then. Okay. I love that. Oh, did the inspiration for her come from anywhere aside, BuzzFeed and Tasty videos, or?
So for our writing process is a little different from the way a lot of people do it. I initially came up with these characters. It was just a blank sheet, like a D&D sheet or whatever, and then I gave it to my writers, and I was just like, okay, here's what this character is. Go crazy. So this character is based off the writer and their interpretations of the world. I never really said, oh, you can't write this, because I feel like the best work is when people are able to do whatever they want. So I've been told that Anaya, some of their stories is something that the writer also went through, and then just also inspiration from other people around them.
Oh, I love that. That's really cool. That's a fun way to do that. So were you the one that did that for all of the characters? Like you just basically built them out and then gave them to the writers?
Yeah, pretty much. Every character but Keaton. I would never make a Italian dirtbag. I'm sorry. I don't have those capabilities.
Yeah, no, good. Oh my God, this poor girl. and the comments. Oh,
Yeah.
my heart.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, relatable.
And it's really hard when you are trying to live your life and like you're constantly being critiqued by your audience and you're trying not to take it too personal, but it's like really hard not to sometimes, especially when you grew up on Tumblr and you have that Tumblr brain.
Yep. Oh yeah. Tumblr brain is such a thing, and I feel like only a very specific demographic get it now. But
Yeah.
also...
Yeah, like whenever I see like 17-year-olds on Twitter like saying things, I'm like, this is not even Tumblr brain level. I remember when I was 17 on Tumblr and the things that people were saying, I was just like, okay, this is bad, but nothing as bad as what we were doing back on Tumblr days.
Not back in those days. Not back in... Oh my god. Tumblr, I will always remember also the DashCon days from Tumblr.
Oh my goodness. That was in my city and I had friends who went to DashCon.
Oh my God! Sorry, that will always make me laugh because I used to run conventions and that became a huge thing that we all talked about afterwards, specifically because of the ball pit.
Oh
so we had our own... We had our own makeshift ball pits for like a while after that as a tribute to DashCon.
Oh, that's a once in a lifetime thing that would happen. That will never happen again.
Never happen again. It's a cultural touch point, though. If you know it, you know it.
Exactly. They're going to be talking about it in history books in like 100 years.
Oh, yes, exactly. Oh, goodness. Even... That would just be, though, like, if you're getting... Oh, Instagram. Okay, so how is it coming? Because you obviously, with a bunch of these, and this is the case with most games, is like you can't use Instagram, you can't use like the brand names, so you got to come up with a fun version. Is that ever difficult, or is it just fun?
It's fun. It's like it's never difficult. Like Facebook is Headbook, Popeyes is Popeyes, like CVS is BVS. Like it's almost about changing one word or one letter. Oh, that's the heartthrob of our game. People just really love Alex. Something about a silvered hair character.
Okay, it's specifically that colored hair will always do it. I watched it in a game earlier today in another showcase where it was like a silver-haired person and the entire chat went wild. So wait, Alex, tech bro job.
Yeah,
yep.
I mean, tech bros, they don't do anything. I mean, they don't do anything. I don't know what I'm talking about. I work in games. They don't do anything. A lot of tech is nothing.
No. It's a
no
title,
offense
that's
to
all
tech people, but y'all are doing a lot of nothing most of the time.
A whole lot of nothing.
But yeah. Going back to your question, it's pretty easy, honestly. It's fun. Also, I don't like getting sued, so it's even more fun than I'm not getting sued.
Definitely. Would be way better. Yeah, nobody wants to get sued. Alex, don't be so mean, though. You're supposed to be a professional bestie. Stop that.
You know, is it a true bestieship if y'all are not mean to each other every once in a while?
That's accurate. I joke that how I am to my friends is I will bully you into self-care. It is with so much love, but I will yell at you to do that. I will also threaten with love.
Of course, that's the way to do it.
It's the only way to do it. Turn on your AC, idiot. No, I will not. Excellent. Good. We are being stubborn. It is expensive. I'm ethically opposed to it. I love also like the buttons that she has. Like I love pins. I am presuming they are all either patches or enamel pins, and I am here for it.
They are enamel pins, and people have been like, "When are you making the merch?" I'm like, "Well, guys,
do it.
We're trying.
Good.
It's actually really easy. It's just the bevies one we don't get sued.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's just like we're an indie company and like we don't have the AAA money to get sued and get away with it.
Nope, unfortunately not. Yeah, so you gotta be careful. But oh my goodness, that's so entertaining. But no, sometimes I don't know. I love enamel pins. Those are so good. It's such cute merch. It'd be so good. Like some of those are easy. The little
beakers, yeah.
Yeah.
The croissant one is our most popular ask.
I'm not surprised. The croissant one's so good. Oh.
Only the real ones remember.
Oh, if you try to explain why, Alex will just call you an edgelord. Excellent. I love this. Okay, maybe you are, but that's beside the point. We don't admit to it. That's the thing. You don't admit to being an edgelord. It's okay. Other people have to call you that. Oh, that's why you never buy pre-shredded cheese. Yep.
You know, sometimes you're just stubborn.
Sometimes you just need to. Sometimes spite drives us, okay?
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. So what overall has been the reception for the game? Of like, have you seen? I'm assuming mostly positive, overwhelmingly positive, because that's what I've seen. But...
Mostly positive, overwhelmingly positive. Like people really like it. You know what? I think that, like I get a lot from fans where they're like, I've never played a game like this before, and like this game is so unique. I also get a lot from other devs saying that like they're glad that my game exists, so they feel more comfortable releasing their games.
Oh, good.
I feel like, yeah, that really warms my heart because in terms of queer games, we're still just at the beginning of it. Like I know, like especially like queer games in the mainstream of like game medias and stuff like that. Like we are still in the very beginnings. It's only been like 5 or 6 years where they've like been in the mainstream the way they are right now, and now they're like bigger than ever. And now like to the point where we're having queer characters in AAA games, like queerness in games is a very much a new concept. So when in terms of just like queer representation in like bigger games, they're typically not allowed to be as unique and as raw as us in indie. They don't really have that same kind of grace because in these bigger games they have to appeal to a very wide audience. While in indie we can afford to appeal to a certain demographic of people. So
you can have your people.
Yeah, exactly. So when people like talk to me about how they inspired them, it makes me really happy, and it makes me feel more inspired to make more games because I want people to feel inspired by the things I make. I want people to feel like their queer games matter and that they can put these fat, black, brown, um, people of color, queer people of color with different skin types and skin tones and different kind of hairstyles, like these crazy hairstyles in their games, and they'll be fine. Like we got some pushback obviously from like the gamers, but like who cares, because besides all of their nonsense, we still achieved their goal of making people feel seen,
which is huge. And that was the most beautiful part when I was looking, like when I originally saw, like especially all the marketing for this game and just the diversity of characters in it. There was always somebody that felt relatable. Even in just like the bullet points that were attributed for each of them, there was always somebody that felt relatable in different ways, because you don't get she-theys in a lot of these. You don't get people like larger size. It's always this skinny, tiny little things, or if you make your own character, you have 2 options half the time. But like, no, it was really beautiful representation, as well as skin colors and literally everything. So it was so cool to be able to see that and find different pieces, but also just very diverse backgrounds as well.
Mm-hmm. And like we wanted to add people of color in a very normal way. I feel like oftentimes when people of color in games, it's like they have to be talking about their culture 24/7, which I think is fine, but like I feel like we should be able to exist normally. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not given the same grace to be normal everyday people. Like it always has to be like some kind of like gotcha or whatever, like I'm going to talk about my culture, my parents, how racism, like invalidate. We barely talk about racism because I feel like that's not the kind of game that we want to talk about. I mean, that's not the kind of game this is. I feel like people of color should be able to exist in media without having to talk about racism, because it's something that we deal with every day. So it's just like, why do we have to address it in the media that we're in?
Yeah. Now, I think, and I've seen similar commentary regarding especially like queer stories and having it not necessarily having to be, letting them exist and not having to validate their existence in a piece of media because of the relationship aspect. And so like it's part of their identity, as opposed to, okay, well, they now have to have a love story or they now have to have a love interest in order to actually move things forward or to exist. So they don't have to go towards a particular agenda versus,
Yeah.
So.
to that about queerness, we have very very messy queer characters in our game, and
Good.
they make really bad decisions, and Amhari is like a really good example of this. Like, she is like a fresh divorced lesbian with two twin boys that, and she's fighting for her life because she misses her ex-wife so bad. And every
Oh, she's
person
one of
she tries to
those.
be with, she's like, "You are not my ex-wife. I need to go to her." And her ex-wife is trying to move on, and like it's just a very messy lesbian love story.
I love
Um,
it.
and yeah, and it's just like people were
Okay.
like, "Why is Amari so messy?" And I'm just like,
That
"Well,
happens.
lesbians be messy in real life. I'm not sure what you want."
Yeah. Because she's human. Like, that's just it. She's allowed to be messy. Let her be messy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh my god, that just makes me even more happy.
Yeah, and we have some mean gay people in our game, but you know, it's okay. I feel like as gay people in media should be a little mean to each other. It's fun.
It's fine.
It's like it's not like Glee where it's like, okay, this is teetering a little homophobia,
Yeah.
but like if it's
Yeah.
like mean and like, oh, this is just people being mean to each other, it's not even hate crime related, then that's
No.
fine.
Sometimes it's just somebody's like that. It's just that level of sass that just lives in them, period, and you just kind of go with it.
Mm-hmm. Very much that.
I
Um We also have people of color talking to their parents a lot in this game. We feel like like oftentimes when people of color are in games and like our parents are in games, it's always a cultural moment, and it doesn't really have to be like that all the time. Mostly because we have, especially since it's based in America,
Yeah.
the way that we're raised by our parents is like, yes, it's like cultural relations and like our upbringing is based off our culture, but that's not the whole thing. Like, there's more to this. Like, you don't really see in people of color in any media having conversations about queerness to their parents, or just
Yeah,
like, you know, being an adult to their parents, like having these
Yeah.
really tough conversations, which is why we chose to include parents. Some people are like, this is really triggering because my mom acts just like that, and we're just like, my bad. Like, it's universal. Some moms are just like that.
Oh yeah. Nope, that makes so much sense. That's so. I love that though because it's showing such a real side of things in order to really bring home the stories. So, like all of the individual stories that happens. Because our parents are a part of a lot of these things. They influence a lot of our lives and how we act and everything. So that's really cool that you're able to do that in this. I do know that I heard the 3 minutes left ding, which I always think that I'm gonna ignore, but I haven't yet today, which is impressive, admittedly. Is there anything else you want to share with us about this game before we're wrapping up today?
I validate. It's on the Switch, it's on the Xbox, and it's on PC. Yes, it is on the Switch. People get really surprised when I tell them it's on the Switch. Yeah, it's on the Switch. It's really fun. It's a really good game to play on the Switch because you can just, you know, read. It's a lot of reading, so you just take it. It's like a book. It's like a Kindle, but like
That's
the
like
Switch.
perfect for flights. Sorry,
Exactly.
that's where my brain has gone. I'm like,
Perfect for
ooh.
long distance and everything. Yes, play validates, support game devs of color, support queer devs of color. And yeah, shout out to my team, shout out to everyone who has played Validate and supporting Validate. Shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
I'm really excited to continue playing this. I will probably also end up playing it more on my own channel and stuff like that and continue actually like streaming and then actually like digging into it, which is what I normally do. I don't normally just go through things. I like to do all the lines. I like to say all the things. Mostly because I don't know, I love good writing. I love being able to take time to appreciate also the art and everything like that. Because the style of this is also really, really cool.
Thank
I
you.
want to say. Like, there's like the angles. I think that's the easiest like thing to point out is like the angles are really fascinating and how the color work is. So I really love and appreciate it, and I want to be able to take some more time to appreciate it. So that means I can do it on my own stream, on my own time, and my poor followers will have to listen to me continue to talk about it. But I'm so happy. So
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. You guys are wonderful. And yeah.
Okay, so if you haven't yet, go buy this game. It's been out for a year. Come on. Don't be a slacker like me. So I just keep trying to tell myself that I'll make it through all of the games I've bought and downloaded first, and that becomes an absolute lie. So, but no, I'm very excited. Thank you so much, Danny. It was lovely getting to talk with you today. It was so cool getting more of the insights, and I am so excited to see what you guys do next.
Thank you. Of course. I mean, we got plans. Just look at her Twitter. That's where we're most active. Just Twitter. I'm not calling it X. I don't believe in Elon Musk. He's not real to me.
He's not real. He's fake.
But yes, of course. Bye, everyone. Free Palestine.
And Danny for that. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Parker and Danny, for that awesome segment. I think Validate just got some new fans. What a lovely world. And of course, we have to spotlight how amazing it is to have a game full of queer POC. Thank you so much for this. Also, it looks like we can congratulate Lake the Cake from the IGDA Twitch for winning the raffle. We hope you enjoy your game. Please send IGDA a DM and we'll get that game code out to you ASAP. Shout out to Parker and Danny and the whole team at Veritable Joy Studios. Grab Validate today or wishlisted on Steam using the link in the chat. Hang tight as we transition to the next showcase.
Childhood is the beach and growing up is the sea. Can I still take all these seashells with me? Can I lock them in a chest with my memories of my first love and my big dreams? Sipping iced tea on my front porch when I scribbled down notes that said, don't forget this, don't forget that. Can I bring this purity with me wherever I go?
At tender age, leaving childhood behind me, I still had all these toys to remind me. Locked them in a chest with a note from my first love, or was it? How could we have known? Let me look up at the night sky. I wanna linger on being a child. Let go of the worries on my mind. Maybe I'll know more when I'm 25.
Up next, we have Small Town Emo, a story-driven Game Boy game about an emo teen in 2007 with a huge gay crush on his best friend. Explore, puzzle, solve, and button mash your way through gratuitous dialogue in this Game Boy adventure about awkward teens. Calling all millennials, it's time to lean into that nostalgia, and who better to lead the segment than Deer, a pro streamer who is no stranger to retro games. Deer is joined by Thomas from FNAF Games, the creator of Small Town Emo. Let's bring Deer and Thomas on screen so they can introduce themselves and dive into the game.
Oh my goodness. Is that us? Are we here?
Oh.
Hi, everybody. It's the Queer Indies Showcase. Woo!
Yay.
My name is Deer. Let's play what you fear. I'm here to play a new game, Small Town Emo. I'm so excited. And we're here with Thomas. Hi, Thomas. What's up?
Hi, it's me. I was just going to say, they played so many really good trailers during the break. It made me feel so inadequate, but in like a fun way. I was like, oh, what are these?
They're not ready for this.
But yes, my name's Thomas Barra, he, they. I'm the co-founder and narrative designer at FNAF Games, and for Show and Tell, I have brought you Small Town Emo, which is a queer Game Boy game made in GB Studio. So I'm very excited to talk about it and see what everyone thinks.
I am so excited. Well, without further ado, let's take a look at it, huh? Wow, it looks so cool from the trailer.
I love it. I love that it's in like 4x3. So we were like for a little bit peeking out the side. I was like, oh, that's fun.
Like,
that's
hey,
fun.
Hey,
yeah, I was very tempted to creep.
I play a lot of retro games. I'm more of a horror streamer, but I have such a soft spot for just retro games in general. So just the 8-bit, the music, we're having a little issue with the music, y'all, but I'm hearing it, and that's what's important. It's like this 8-bit, like do 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 do. It's so like, even just this right here is so exciting to me, and then it has queer values too.
Yeah, and for those who can't hear the music, just imagine it's like your favorite tracks from Pokemon Red or, you know, whatever the Game Boy games you may or may not have played. It's beeping, it's bopping, you know, it's hitting.
Please hold. I don't know how to make it bigger. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Just ignore my horrible desktop. It's a live stream. You know, anything could happen.
Yeah, yeah.
I hear it. You hear the music? The music is working?
There's definitely some music. I'm not sure if this is the music from the game or if it's like, oh, we've got some Creative Commons stuff added in post, I think.
Oh.
It's appropriate though. It's appropriate.
Okay.
We'll just go with that. We'll just swing.
Love that. Well, okay, well, I guess we should just jump in, right?
Jump straight in. Let's get into it.
New game.
New game. I'll let you
should I read it?
Yeah, do you want to read it out and I can just sort of enjoy the experience?
Yeah. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Ken. What? Is that my phone? Oh. Ooh, look at that scene. Oh, I love it. I'm sleepy. Who the hell text bombing me? Also, ignore my the bottom of my desktop. You know, it's fine. Like,
that's a sneak peek.
Yeah, it's just. Ooh, these are all texts from Fergus.
Oh.
1 out of 5. Oi, Ken, wake up, Dumas. Emo XD. I only lick 10 left. : P. I'm wasting me credits On you, baby. Is he hitting on us?
Maybe.
Into me?
Suspicious.
Log on to MZM so we can talk purpley. Purple talk?
Yeah, and
you
purple
know
talk.
they're like this then.
Yeah.
You know
We're having
purple?
We're having purple talk
hey.
right now, so like, you know.
Wow. Clocks Wike TF up. Go use your pick. @_@. That's 5 out of 5. Wow.
I can see
Seriously,
you're like quite
don't
well
listen.
versed in the text language of the past, an expert.
I love that speak, but it's also really cute to like misinterpret. It's fun.
Oh
It's fun
no,
for me.
yeah.
Am I shitting on your script? Oh, can we swear?
No, it's good. I really like it. I'm really loving your presentation. I'm not
Thank
sure if we're
you.
allowed to swear, but I like that you're the one that broke the seal on it, not me.
Well, moving on. I promised Fergus we'd hang out. I was gonna tell him I like him. Gays. But that's insane. I can't. No way. It'd be easier to just keep avoiding him.
Relatable. So true.
God, why am I like this? Well, he was flirting. He was flirting hard, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He was giving it to us. Dola be good. Dola be good in the chat. I think he was starting it so we can finish it.
Absolutely.
Is that how you feel?
You know, back in the day, like it was so hard to know though. Was it just a no homo, or was it like an actual thing? We're exploring the.
Are they hitting on me, or are they
challenges
just
of-
nice?
Yeah, they're just being.
That's how I feel
friendly.
about the people at the cash register. Guess I'll message him on the computer. Okay.
Oh
getting
yeah.
up.
I'm so excited. You get to
Ooh.
move around. This isn't just pure visual novel.
Are those
There's
nipples?
even some movement. There's some we've got pixel nipples. Pixel nipples confirmed.
Wow, you're really
Yeah.
going there. That's innovative. Has that ever been done?
I don't know. I thought it was very brave of me, actually.
I think wow, you really are going there.
Yeah, and it might in Australia, it's going to get like an R18 rating because of that. They're pretty harsh. That's so
It's
harsh
male
on these things.
presenting. It's
Yeah.
at least male presenting. Only God can make me put this mess away. Oh, that's relatable. Honey, that is relatable.
It's that teen bedroom vibe.
Bless my corner mess. Bless this.
Are you the kind of player who likes to go and check out all the stuff? Because I absolutely am. Like, this game is made for like a looker.
Oh, absolutely. So, are you familiar with Resident Evil?
Yeah.
My favorite thing is like walking around just like having the character like, it's a disgusting mess. I'm not touching that. Or there's nothing useful. I recently played Parasite Eve, and you can't inspect anything in the environment. And I'm like, what's the point of having an environment if you can't explore?
Yeah, I'm so of that. Like, I think exploration is definitely one of my creative pillars, I guess. Like, I'm definitely that when I get into like a fictional story world, whether I'm playing it or making it, I feel like it does add to that immersion. It does add to that world building for you to be able to see, you know, you go up to something, you see it, the character has a sort of inane thought about that thing. I'm like, yes, I want the character to be like, as you say in Resident Evil, oh, that's a disgusting toilet. Why would you make me look at this? And you're like, but I want you to look at it.
I just love that you can it gives you an insight on their character too. What's important to them? What are their values? What do they think about things? I think that it can give you an insight on their personality.
100%, yeah.
So this is clearly inspired by a Game Boy game. Like, what other inspiration caused you to make this happen to us?
I've got like a kind of like a hierarchy of 4 things. So it's like I used to play a lot of Pokemon ROM hacks. I had like a weird Pokemon ROM hack phase when I was quite young, and I always found them really fascinating. So that's like a version of Pokemon where someone's gone and like changed the story and messed around with the assets and made it all weird.
Yes.
The ones that I had lots of swear words, and I was like, you know, I was like 12 years old, so it was so exciting.
That was provocative.
Very provocative. Other than that, like, I think for me, this is definitely inspired by like, you know, growing up in a small town in New Zealand and having that like
You're from New
that
Zealand?
emo phase. I'm from New Zealand, yeah.
New Zealand! Oh, that's nice.
I'm from New Zealand.
That's
yeah.
fantastic.
I'm actually sitting on a stack of sheep at the moment. This is disguised as a Gamer Boys chair, but it's really, you know, out on the farm.
Oh wow!
Anyway,
You're out in the fields, honey.
We're out in the fields. But yeah, a little bit of that New Zealand small town kind of the sort of emo phase hit New Zealand in a fun way. We imported it from overseas, I guess.
Being gay in a little tiny town, I mean, that's relatable no matter where you're from.
Definitely, and
like New York City. But if you're not from there, that's relatable. And even then,
100%.
they're probably thinking, what if I lived in a small town and I was gay there instead of the big city?
What if I was getting a different kind of harassment at a smaller high school?
Yeah.
So that kind of comes into it a little bit. And then I think also, like, it's very much inspired by, like, fan fiction and, like, those kinds of tropes. I was, like, a fan fiction teen. I loved a little Kingdom Hearts fan fiction as a baby. I was, like, very into that. So I think I wanted to bring some of that kind of weird, awkward tropiness into this as well. It's like an homage a little bit, for sure.
I love it. I mean, it feels like a very loving homage to anything that was on the Game Boy. I mean, I don't know if you're very into the Game Boy stuff, I can tell. Do you know Shantae?
Yes. Oh, what a
That's
gorgeous game.
That is my girl.
I played it recently just to see the technical I don't know-how that went into making it. Like, blows my mind. Like, I only know a little bit about the kinds of sort of esoteric things you can get up to with the Game Boy, but they had some really groundbreaking stuff in there. It just looks great, and it has a lot of tech stuff that's so cool.
Yeah, it feels like that game specifically feels like they really optimized the most out of the system, because then you go play Mario Land, and it's like, oh wow, they didn't know that stuff that they did when they made.
Yeah, I'm controversially, Mario's like a flop for me. I'm like, I'm not a Mario girl. I'm like, no,
even
no,
Mario Land with the little witch.
A little bit. I do like that. I do like there's bits I like, but I'm probably it's just that I'm bad at it, and I want to pretend that it's because I don't like it, not because I suck.
So you're lashing out because you're not good.
Exactly. There's a lesson to be learned here. The bit you're up to right now, is one of my favorite parts. This was actually the first part of the game that I made, right? So this is like a fake. Were you a big MSN Messenger user back in the day?
Oh yeah.
Typing up a storm
or AIM, Yahoo messaging.
ICQ.
This does look like MSN to me.
Yeah,
I feel like they always put the picture on the right rather than the left.
Yeah. There's a certain style of it, but yeah, this was kind of the. I guess this was kind of like the seed that the game grew out of, right? Because I played. I think it's called Emily is Away. I want to say it was like a game that was very much based in MSN, and I was like, yeah, this is neat. This is quite cool. I'd love to expand on that idea and then make it part of something a bit different, and also within that Game Boy specificness too.
It just has that nostalgia and also that mystery. You never knew what I feel like Game Boy games, because they were so limited in their graphics and their sounds, it felt like there was more mystery to them.
Yeah. I think for me, is this paused or I couldn't tell on my screen?
No. We're just here. I haven't advanced yet, but I just. Does that say Dick Soup has sent you a noodle?
A nudge. A nudge.
A nudge. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I thought that
but
was
maybe a noodle as well.
Wow.
Ooh, the implications. If you'll recall on MSN, you could send people nudges. It would make the whole screen sort of shake. I don't know why we don't still have things like that on Instagram chat or whatever. It's a true, it's a menacing feature of technology. Bring it back, honestly. Bring it back. Okay, especially if someone's left you on Steam.
Yeah, I don't know, just a little bit more about MSN. I used to use MSN Plus, and you could make it have sounds that you could send each other. That was my favorite.
Fancy.
I'd be in the bathroom washing my hands, and I'd hear people sending me top model sounds, like Tyra yelling. Those were just amazing. Bring those back.
Bring it back.
So Dick Soup is contacting me. Do I send him
you
gotta
back? Get into that. So this it's been a few minutes, but this is your friend who'd been texting you earlier. His MSN handle is oh so childishly named in this way. And he has a sort of Naruto-inspired profile picture as well. Mm-hmm. I wanted to give the vibe,
Yeah,
what the kids,
you're
what
setting
the kids
the
were
scene.
into. Yeah.
You were setting the scene. Okay, so he said Ken and then sent me a nudge or a noodle, as I like to call them. I don't know what to say. Remember the 3-step program. 1, click the chat window. 2, type something relatively sane. Hit send. I can do this.
You can. I believe in you.
Oh,
let's see. This is mechanics, by the way. Let's see you figure them out.
I like our little sad picture right here.
It's one of those like I made you a cookie and I ate it ones. I forget what it's like actually.
It's so
called.
cute. Jeez, good morning, Ferg, lol. He's typing. He's typing. What is he gonna say? Oh my gosh! It's 11:40. Noob. When we hanging out? Oh, he loves me. He's into me.
Yeah. When are we hanging out? We're hanging out right now.
I guess I'm gonna noodle him back.
Yeah.
I feel guilty for avoiding him. I'll give a vague excuse. Soon I've just been districted.
Yeah, there's a real character limit.
Is this a call out post? Busy being gay and emo? I have to be honest with y'all. Y'all are not hearing the music from the game. You're hearing something artistic. The music stopped. It was like, and then the music continues. It's like, he saw me.
It's a real gasp. It's a real like.
Yeah,
well, I don't know if you remember this. I think like for a lot of queer people, like growing up in the 2000s, there was always this thing like of being scared of being outed, or like I mean that's still very much a thing now. But you know, in those kinds of conversations, it felt like a bit of a people would make a lot of gay jokes or queer themed jokes at people's expenses, and you're like, I don't know if this am I just going to play along? Do I like how should I react? It could be very telling if you react in a certain way, if you don't laugh it off, or like however you respond says a lot about you, right?
And it's like, is that the rhetoric? Because like the homophobic, like schoolyard rhetoric, or is it they know? Do they know, or do they not know? And I just want to correct you that in 2008, Hillary Duff did end homophobia with that commercial.
Technically, this is 2007, so we're just before Hillary Duff sort of saving us with that PSA.
This was happening. No, just seriously, y'all. Don't say that thing is gay. Don't say it, even as queer people. I mean, as queer people, reclaimed. But it sucks when you see this kind of rhetoric still happening, especially in online games and stuff like that. But I do enjoy the parody of it here because it's relevant to the story.
I think when you're evoking like age or like era appropriate homophobia or things like that, I think you can kind of use it as a tool to try and make people think a little bit about like why was it like that? It's it's
how
weird.
Did we get to this point?
Nostalgically upsetting.
Yeah. I mean, I know exactly. This talk right here. I know this very well. But what about what is his name? Kenny?
Ken.
He feels really outed by it. He's nervous about it.
Well, if it's your crush, it's like, well, like the stakes are so high. Like, especially if you've been crushing on someone, you don't know exactly where they stand, right? You're like, we're friends, but like, what's the tea?
I told him I was bi at Beck's birthday, but he was asleep on the couch. Oh, so he was just talking to his unconscious body.
Yeah, the best kind of confession.
Wonderful conversation, not that kind. I'm taking too long to reply. Okay, we're just gonna type something real quick. What do I say? Do I get to? Say a half
meaningful choice. I promise.
Half
not really.
Truth or half lie. Oh, we don't have a lot of time here. I'm gonna say half truth because maybe he'll be like he'll pick up what I'm putting down and then he'll be like kiss me.
Oh yeah.
No, I have a. Oh no, delete that. That's too much. Oh no, we can't go back. This is when you take your Game Boy and you flip the switch, and you see it.
You put it in timeout.
Okay, I guess we're gonna send this, huh, Thomas?
Send it.
Do you know what's gonna happen?
No, I've forgotten. It's been so long since I've made the game. I can't even remember how it goes. I'm on the edge of my seat. It's a surprise.
Okay. Who? Some girl you don't know.
Obviously, yeah, always.
George Glass. Georgina Glass. Eugenia Glass.
Mrs. Little Lady. You don't know her. She goes to a different school.
Exactly. It's got to be someone he doesn't know. A girl in Star Math group. Gerp. Phew, he's buying it. He said, huh, KK, I'll wingman for you. Let's hang out in town today. Oh, we're going uptown. I grew up in a small town, and I remember, we're going uptown. We're going to go get a soda.
Oh, yeah, we're going to go. We're going to get... There was, one sushi place in the town that I'm from that opened in the mid-2000s, and that was, it was over. I was there every day. Take me there.
Yeah.
It's where I need to be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I've missed seeing you. That's too sappy. No, be sappy.
No, the self-doubt comes in. You can see it.
Not this.
The culture. I think the times were different.
Erase. Okay, we're erasing it. Did you what was your favorite game on the Game Boy? You said you liked Pokemon. What else?
Yeah. Pokemon are obviously fantastic. I really like the Zelda games, Oracle of Seasons
Classic.
and Ages. I think they're really fun. Recently I've been playing the Pokemon trading card game specifically. It has
on the Game Boy.
On the Game Boy.
Yes,
yeah.
I had that.
Really good graphics. It's like chef's kiss for me. I think that might be my premium number one. I just think it's
that's fierce.
No, it just hits. It hits real good. I made a Vaporeon deck that just destroys everything. So
Vaporeon is pretty and powerful.
Mm-hmm. We can both relate to that. I feel like.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe you more than me, possibly.
Put on a lash, and then you'll be good to go.
Yeah.
There's a Halloween party. Oh my gosh, what are we gonna wear? Invite your crush, the fake girl, the girl that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to hire someone's cousin to come in as our fake crush. This is getting too deep already.
Hijinks will ensue.
This is a sitcom already. I've been kind of dodging him. Gotta pretend everything's normal. Maybe we can get a ride in with Mom.
Yeah. With Mom.
I'll ask Mom to drive us. Wow, there's no abbreviations here. I would have thought that would have been a 2.
Yeah,
wow.
That's true. I was feeling luxurious. I was like, I've got the characters for it.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
And this is an emotional moment. So
yeah. It's dead serious.
Why does he have the caps lock on? Message me with WU
when you.
Okay, I get it. When you have convinced her. Convinced is spelled incorrectly.
That's so true.
That's
you tell him.
Well, convinced. I could just rip the Band-Aid off. Tell him, get it over with.
Oh no.
By the way, I am like you.
No.
Oh
no.
The music got quiet again.
Things are getting serious.
No. Oh. The self-doubt.
You can't have it that easy.
Sure. I love the smileys with the sunglasses.
The smiley spam, yeah.
Did that go well? I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna hang out anyway. I should start getting ready.
Oh, hell yeah.
I guess we have to put on a shirt.
Yeah. You can't, no, this is an oversight of mine. You can't put on your dirty clothes off the floor, but I think if we were going for realness, you really should be able to.
I want to wear something I've worn before.
Yeah.
I guess I could put clothes on.
Yeah.
Stay in boxers. Oh. Hell yeah.
I mean...
we're ready for the day. Let's go.
This gives you you get the option here.
Gotta scab a ride to town for me and Ferg. What was your favorite part of making this game? Because I can tell that it's very lovingly made. It's got homages to prior eras. There's a cat!
Oh yeah, there's a cat. Yeah.
So what was your favorite part? Roxas, Kingdom Hearts.
No, Roxas the cat. A lot of other streamers who play this scream at that. I think because it's so
cute.
Oh no. My favorite part. So I really enjoyed doing the MSN messenger bit that you just saw.
Fun.
That was definitely a highlight for me. There's as you go through, there's a series of kind of 2000s era memes that you collect. So there's a collectibles component to the game. I really enjoyed making those. There's they're so I don't know, they're just kind of they take me back to a simpler and worse time. So I really enjoy evoking them.
The word for that is different.
It hits different. Yeah.
I did notice that Mom had a little exclamation mark.
Yeah. She
Pokemon.
Yeah, she did some emoting.
Mm-hmm. I think that our segment is ending pretty soon, but I don't want to stop. I'm loving this with you. Let's just, if we could only do one more thing that's just a few minutes long, should we continue to talk to Mom, or do you have anything we should look at in the house? Or
I mean, your mum was like really keen to railroad you into a huge conversation, but you're welcome to. You can go take a quick look outside and just have a wee explore if you like.
Ooh, okay.
There's a few. Oh no, maybe you have to go to get changed. Actually,
we can
just
walk
kidding.
around the house.
I programmed it so
we
well.
Can't go outside.
Yeah, these are all my speed running traps.
I'm in California, so in San Francisco, people walk around in the nude. So they must have some decency in New Zealand, apparently.
It's so not true, actually. In the summers here, everyone's walking around in like stubbies, which are like the smallest kinds of shorts and just like nothing else. Just go to the fast food place, go to the supermarket with no shoes on. I mean, I love it, honestly. It's iconic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think if you're keen, or if anyone who's watching wants to check it out, the demo is on itch.io and Steam, and this is actually like a hour and 20-minute long demo because I did that. So it's about half the game as in the demo, and the other half is going to come out early next year because I'm polishing it up. I'm trying to get it all juicy.
We're just hitting the surface here. There's so much more to explore. And I already love that it starts off with, I have a crush on a boy, what do I do? Like, that's so real to me.
Just puts you there.
Like, that is just so cool. I'm so excited about this. Y'all need to wishlist it right now on Steam. Find it on itch. Blow up the Twitter. I mean, say hi to Thomas everywhere. Where can people find you and your game? Tell me more.
Yeah, so we're FNAF Games on Twix, I think it was referred to as earlier, and on Instagram, and we have a Tumblr that we don't really use, but I'd love it to pop up.
Remember that? Remember Tumblr?
Remember Tumblr? Otherwise, FNAFgames.com, and you can find Small Town Emo on Steam and itch.io, and we've got another game in the works called Shelf Life Art School Detective. So you can watch a wee trailer for that and like have a wee vibe on that, and feel free to just drop me a line. I'm chatty and annoying, so down to talk.
Thank you so much, Thomas. This is so cool. Y'all stay tuned. There's more queer indie games at the Queer Indies Showcase. Love y'all. See you later. My name is Dear. Let's play with you. Bye.
Did that go through?
Hey everyone, sorry about that. Cade was having a mic issue, but we couldn't go on without thanking Dear and Thomas for that wonderfully nostalgic and amazingly engaging, hilariously awesome showcase segment. So Dear, Thomas, thank you so much. I suddenly wanted to whip out like my own Game Boy, blow on some old cartridges until something like would work. So thank you for that. Remember to wishlist Small Town Emo today on Steam. We've put the links in the chat, and I'll do that here in just a second as we segue into the next showcase. But I'll let our colleague Katie take that away. So we'll be right back with Katie to introduce the next segment.
Peggy 3. We all need a little time with our thoughts. Give folks some time, and you may find they're ready to share more of their story. Everyone likes to be seen and heard on their own terms. You're not alone out there. We're all traveling together tonight. Sometimes all we need is for someone to share their story or offer a different point of view.
This is Radio 90, and you're listening to Night Drive. Thanks for joining us tonight. Trace back through the turns and straightaways that led to a seemingly random encounter, and they begin to feel like dominoes lined up and ready for fate to fall into place.
And there were millions of such stories. Crucial moments on a path that led to you. Here, now. You are the product of incredible survivorship.
Look at the night sky. What do you see out there? More than 7 billion people on this world. And all we have is each other. Our own little infinity.
All right, next on our showcase list, we have Sephany by Analgesic Productions. In this Tony Hawk-esque 3D platformer, parkour through a massive cave network, face lush caverns, subterranean oceans, and surreal cityscapes as you guide 3 biologists through shifting spiritual landscape of the island depths. From the creators of Anodyne 2, we're proud to showcase Sephany by Analgesic Productions. Let's transition over to Raven, our pro streamer, and Mellows from Analgesic.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everybody. I'm
Hi,
Raven. Hi, I'm Melos.
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Melos from Analgesic Productions. I'm in Tokyo right now.
Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So I got to play the game on stream last week, and I was
Cool.
really excited about it because even just reading it, first of all, I love platformers and especially ones with parkour. What and I wanted to ask, like, what made you decide for Sephany to choose parkour as the main like mode of moving
that's
around
great.
the game?
So, I mean, early on, we were thinking about like an island as a setting and having these, 3 characters from different backgrounds exploring it. And we really wanted to kind of emphasize the relation of those characters with, the island's entity, kind of like the spirit there, Sephany. And, a good way to do that through gameplay is to have like a set of platforming movement that really gets you to think about the shapes of the environment and kind of like how to plan your path through it. So that was like one of the main motivations for why we picked such a, very like.
Okay, I love that. I'm going to go ahead. It looks like that we didn't get to run the trailer yet, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to run the trailer for Sephany, and I can't wait to watch. That was wonderful. I so, and we're going to be having some pre-recorded gameplay play because I cannot parkour and ask interview questions.
It is hard.
It's a difficult task. It really is. And I did wall riding was definitely one of my my downfalls. The glancing angle. I try so hard, and I told my stream I'm gonna perfect it, but I'm still working on it. I love the character development so far. I love how different each character is, but they feel very like relatable and to the point that you can really feel their emotions and the emotional like development of these characters. So can you tell me like where did you get the inspiration for each character, and were they modeled after anybody or?
So each character, so I guess the overall like commonality between these three characters, if for people who aren't familiar with the game, is that they all have ancestry from Taiwan. So the game is about to briefly explain this, right? But you know, Amy, who's in the red there, she has parents who were from Taiwan, but she immigrated to the USA, or was born in the USA. Whereas Ryo has parents who immigrated from Taiwan to Japan.
Okay.
And so he has some kind of more distant relationship to Taiwan as well. And then Ingwen, who is born and lives in Taiwan. So using that as a basis, I just thought about, what if we had three of these characters in real life and they're getting to know each other? What would they think about each other's sort of like Taiwanese identities? And that kind of like put inside the political context of the game, where they're doing this research project for the United States. That kind of led very easily to sort of the character dynamics and kind of like how they feel. Like Ingwen is a little bit more on the insecure side, because her country isn't as politically high up on the ranking of countries.
Okay.
And Ryo is hired primarily for kind of like this more analytical scientific angle. So he shows a bit more of a focus on wanting to kind of just like get the research done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely gather all of those from playing the game. And I was actually, that's how you just described it is pretty much how I was describing each character to, other than the political part, I didn't realize that. That's actually very interesting. But like I didn't in the ranking, but I didn't, but as far as like each character and how you can totally feel that as you're playing the game. And I also wanted to ask, as far as a queer narrative is concerned, where that plays into the game, because I haven't reached like a portion of the game yet where it's it's kind of apparent. So I wanted to see
where in the game are you right now?
I'm in the cave. I just entered the cave.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's still very
early.
Did you meet the lung creature yet, or no?
The which creature?
It's like this very vertical shaft level with like a big lung creature at the top. Okay,
I did not.
Past that point, I think until that point, it's still very much like the introduction and like kind of getting into being comfortable with the mechanics. But as the game goes on, I'm not sure if this footage will contain any of that gameplay, but there's these kind of like story sequences where the characters are sort of recounting their lives in this very sort of like hyper visual novel-y way.
Mm-hmm.
And so through that, we learn a bit about their backgrounds. Like Ryo has a husband in Japan who's Japanese, right? And he has a different class background. So it's about him negotiating those differences. Not just the cultural differences between having Taiwanese parents versus his husband's like Japanese parents, but also, Ryo being an immigrant to Japan, he kind of, that sort of like migration in his case, he has kind of like a class advantage. So he's thinking about that comparison as well. And then much later in the game, I guess we do get to meet his husband a little bit. So you get to learn about that relationship and kind of like how it relates to Rio's view towards work. So each of the characters kind of gets their own big like stage within the cave as the game kind of takes this surreal turn in its halfway point.
Okay.
So in Rio's case, there's a whole level that's kind of inspired by kind of like Tokyo cityscapes and downtown areas, and you kind of like
nice.
experience little situations that Rio went through when he's like living there with his husband. And likewise, Ingwen, she's living in Taiwan, but she has a girlfriend who's also Taiwanese, but has chosen to live in the United States. So the stage for them is kind of built upon one of their vacations together they took to Tokyo. And so it doesn't just talk about, the difficulties of managing such a relationship overseas, but also kind of their different views towards, the country of Japan, which has always been a country that Taiwan looks up to culturally.
Okay.
And yeah, those are, and then also, this is also a big spoiler, but like, there's an epilogue to the game, like a short playable section there.
Oh.
And that does feature, there's a non-binary character there named Gale, who kind of meets Ingwen far, far into the future, and they kind of like talk a bit about, what happens throughout the story of the game. So I would say compared to like our previous work, like Anodyne 2, the sort of like queer narrative elements are not as front-loaded, I guess you would say. They're very deeply embedded into the game itself, but it's kind of something that comes over, like, sort of over time. Yeah. So yes.
Okay. I love that though. Honestly, I'm glad that I asked the question, because I did want to know that, but I really like it when a game allows that narrative to come out, as the game is being played. It's really awesome when it's upfront as well, but I just think that it's being, it being interwoven into the story, and you discovering that is just a really fun part of it. And especially for a game like this, where it's very exploratory, which is one of my favorite parts. It feels so like you can do this game at your own pace. You don't have to, it's just, for me to play it on stream, it's just been a very relaxing game.
Yeah, thank you.
I've really, really enjoyed it. I myself, I have a science degree, so like the Three
cool.
Biologists was right up my alley as far as a storyline and just getting to play these characters and discover this world is just a lot of fun. What made you? Where did the name Stephanie come from?
So when we were early in development, we had the story laid out about kind of these characters who are going deep into a cave and perhaps like not coming back. So there's, I believe with the name, it was a play sort of on like the story, going deep in somewhere and coming out being sort of an ordeal. And so we named, the island is named Stephanie, but also this character you meet who was in the intro briefly is named Stephanie. So we're kind of, it works well as a name, but it sounds kind of like a realistic name. And we were hoping it would kind of draw on some kind of unconscious connections between that myth and the character themselves.
Okay, that's really neat. I like that. Did you what challenges did you face in making this game? I know this game is quite a bit. I haven't played even the Ocean or Anodyne, but I know that the way the games are designed are very, very different from this one. So what challenges did you face while developing this one?
I guess with this one, it was pretty challenging to make a game that has a visual style based more in kind of like realism in film, these
Mhm.
human-shaped characters with a setting in like the near future. So that kind of had unexpected consequences, things like the writing kind of had to be massaged to be a certain way. You have these cutscenes where the characters are standing around and you have like the camera angles, and that ended up being a little bit time consuming and challenging to do. I'm glad we did it because, it works well for the characters and, the realistic inspirations, but it's also time consuming. Then the other tricky thing was definitely creating these levels, right? Like, it's a very atypical 3D platformer in that your moveset is so limited. So,
Mhm.
we had to construct the spaces to kind of, I guess the hard part was more Marina, who's the artist and kind of also helped with editing the writing, is just doing the art to be readable from like any angle. That's what I hear is one of the biggest challenges with this 3D art. And especially in a game like Symphony where you have to like so carefully read the rocks and kind of the angles of the walls. That's something she had to be really careful with when designing the game. Yeah, so these puzzles, they weren't that difficult to design, but it was hard to come up with the initial system because we wanted to design kind of this like fuzzy puzzle system where it's not completely trivial. Like you can't just randomly place stuff, but we don't want it to be like hard, like an actual puzzle. We want it to just be more like each of these boards kind of conveys a sense of like each creature that you're connecting with, like as you learn about a real organism in real life, that they have certain kind of like environmental dislikes and likes or like preferences or like relations to other characters. So each of these creatures, they have their own kind of board shapes and ways you're expected to place the pieces on the boards.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that even through playing it. Like at first when I went into it, I was like, ooh, a puzzle. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I thought, oh, this is going to be hard, and I've enjoyed the fact that it's not in a, I enjoy difficult puzzles, but it didn't feel as like, it felt like it was, just a very natural part of the game and part of the exploration, not really, like something that's supposed to, you get stuck on for hours or something.
Yeah.
So, which is great because in a game like this, like that would become a frustrating part of playing it, and for when you're trying to really uncover a story, so to speak. So, I enjoyed the puzzle aspect of it, but that it's more about discovering these characters. But I didn't realize that the creatures were linked, and it makes so much more sense now you saying that. So.
Yeah, Link is not super like explicit. It's more kind of like, you have to understand something about the game, the puzzle board, because each of these creatures has a different puzzle board shape. And that is sort of more abstractly related to the idea of like understanding an island, right? It's kind of like this, like the gameplay too for these segments is more about trying to go along with what the shapes and like hazards in the puzzle level want you to do. And it becomes most apparent when you get to some of the bigger creatures in the games, which kind of trigger those story cutscenes I was talking about. Ooh. Their boards are a lot more specialized, and they also take a bit longer to kind of complete. Yeah.
I have a pup. Apologies. So that's really cool to learn. And I love being able to do this interview with you because I'm learning even more about the game than I knew prior to or while playing it. So who are some what games have inspired you? What got you into game development?
Game development. Let's see that. I Well, I grew up playing games, but I think the most influential thing is probably like the indiegames.com blog and from 2008 to 2011 or 12.
Okay.
Where they were just posting, I had always been playing games on Newgrounds by independent creators as a kid. But for some reason, when it was framed on this blog, I was kind of like, oh, maybe I could do this someday. I had played with modding software as a kid for games like Cave Story, where you can kind of build your own levels for this game. And then in college, I realized that I can just download one of these open source engines and just start programming my own game and playing around. So yeah, it was probably just being inspired by all the work of these sort of free I guess unpaid journalists covering these games, and also these unpaid game developers making and releasing these games for free. For example, the game Celeste?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, that's a great game. Yeah.
Yeah. So Maddie Thorson, she has a really long history and actually other people on that team, like Noelle. But Maddie's games especially, I grew up playing a lot of her platformers, which were covered on those blogs. And you play something, make something. Yeah.
That is really neat. I love that. Yeah, I have heard of that game, and I personally, I love playing indie games. It's something that I feel like there's just so much love that goes into the games. Like this game, as soon as I started playing it, I could feel that, and I connect a lot better to games that are developed that way, and have these storylines that are more relatable. So yeah, that's really cool that you got started that way, and that's what inspired you. I think that's neat. So so did you have so where can the game be found at?
You can find Stephanie on like Steam, and you can also find it on all the consoles.
On all the consoles as well?
Yeah,
oh,
Switch,
that's great.
PS, and Xbox. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that, especially since it is. And I do play it with the controller. It was suggested to play it with the controller.
Oh yeah.
So
a lot easier.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I could play platformers without a controller. It's just too difficult. But yeah. So, as far as what would you like for gamers to get out of this experience of this game?
Let's see. Well, narratively, I wanted when I was writing this, I wanted people to just think about kind of all the different sorts of experiences that come out of a single country, right? There's not way, because as the three characters here show, there's a wide variety of life experiences, like gender expression, relationships, and I kind of want to surprise people playing this platformer, and maybe they'll think about what countries they're from, and and also think about I have a lot of family or friends from this particular country who are also different in their own ways, and come to think about what countries influence these friends or relatives, and what kind of relations do countries have to each other. So narratively, that's a lot of the stuff that I was kind of wanting to convey. Yeah, and then I guess as far as the gameplay goes, it offers a very unique experience for the 3D platformer space. It's based in Tony Hawk and skateboarding games.
I love that.
So it's always just nice from a formal design standpoint to just explore and expose people to different things. That isn't just a standard, triple jump platformer or whatever.
Definitely, I completely agree. That's what really drove my interest. As soon as I got to playing it, I was just very excited about the differences, but also the diversity and inclusion that you put into the game, and the kind of like having gamers like connect with that game, but also like ask themselves questions. Yeah, that's just really, really neat. I highly recommend everybody go and wishlist the game. It's fantastic. I mean, my entire stream has been enjoying it. They love the music, say it's very relaxing. Love that. And just watching it is a load of fun. So
yeah, it's actually on sale for a few more days. Part of
it is
summer, autumn Steam sale. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I saw that too. I've been definitely promoting the sale because it's only on sale and then it'll go back to full price. So definitely grab it while you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Milos. This has been a great interview for sure.
Yeah. Thank you for taking time.
Absolutely.
And talk to me.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Raven and Mellows. I'm not normally a platforming fan, but this game is a dreamy, fresh entry in the genre. I can't wait to try out these amazing levels. The art is breathtaking, and the gameplay is beautifully thrilling. Looks like our lucky winner for the Stephanie raffle is again Like the Cake. Congrats, Like the Cake, from the IGDA Twitch. Congratulations, and please send IGDA a DM, and we'll get that code out to you ASAP. If you're watching and want to try out Stephanie, you can get it on Steam using the link in chat. We'll be right back after some trailers for some more amazing games.
My ex just up and left. I simply cannot forget. So here I sit in the ruins of my life. What now?
Love at First Bite. A reality dating show starring you. The world's sexiest monsters will compete for your affection.
You flatter me. Words are my weakness.
Look at you. Stunning and daring and positively lickable.
Time to get you back in the game. You are f***ing legendary.
It was kind of hot having someone avenge me or whatever, so I didn't stop you.
In the end, you'll get a shot at filling that hole in that unbeating heart of yours. What's the worst that could happen?
Romancylvania.
Next on the showcase, List is a joyful, strange experience in which a middle-aged queer man toddles around a strange island, attempting to refurnish his empty house. Showcasing queer men peering into a rockpool.jpg is the lovely Jeff Brutlag, joined by developer Pete at Fuzzy Ghost, the creators of the game. Take it away, Jeff and Pete.
Oh my God, is it us? Are we here?
Did we do it? Did we make
we're
it?
Here.
Yay.
Congrats to us. We're here. How you doing, Pete?
I'm good. How you doing, Jeff?
Doing very great. Why don't you tell everybody about yourself?
I am half a Fuzzy Ghost. It's just me and my boyfriend making queer little games. We make very narrative-focused, queer-focused, kind of weirdo games sometimes, I guess.
Love a weird game. Love it. Love it. And I will be getting to chat with you. My name is Jeff Brutlag. Typically actually stream like a lot of really weird games or like narrative-driven ones. So this one was right up my alley. So why don't we get to check out a trailer real quick? And here we are.
Right at the start.
I love how I jumped into the game. So I actually tried this earlier this week. And then right when I jumped in, I was like, oh, queer man peering into a rock pool. We have set the tone already. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh.
We don't like leaving. There's enough questions left in the game. So from the title, we wanted you to know at least what it's about.
Just a little bit, just a quick little intro to it. So I'm super, oh my God, I have so many things to ask about this just because, first of all, the visuals. First thing I noticed is just how bright and colorful everything is. Was there like a reason you chose for it to be so vibrant?
Yes, Scott and I are very anti-dull. We're very tired of things being monochromatic or being desaturated and all of that. And we just want some visual prettiness in our freaking lives. The world is dull enough.
Amen.
And so, we just kind of, Scott started working with color palettes, and I think the pink rocks were quite early, and we just never had a reason to stop. So it just kept stack that color palette.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what was really cool about that is like it just made everything so fun to look through. Or like, I'm someone who gets like super lost in games sometimes, so I'll end up like passing what I need. But in here, being lost kind of felt fun because I was like, oh, there's so many bright and colorful things to see. And then also the absolute like wholesome personality that he has. I'm absolutely in love with it. Like I felt so uplifted through the whole thing.
Oh, good. That's great because that's I mean, we both grew up like in the 80s and 90s, and so like so much of the queer stuff we had to hold on to was really grim, and a lot of it, so much of it was wonderful, but like we've had enough of grim, sad stories about our gays being murdered yet again, and so keeping it big, keeping it fluffy. I mean, no, fluffy's wrong. Keeping it bright, keeping it joyful. You can still get enough kind of grimness in there.
For sure. I think one of my favorite things when I started was just this little pose. Like he's serving fashion. Like he knows he's feeling himself. There's confidence. There's poise. Like there was just something so the tone started off so well for me, and that I was like, oh, this is going to be such a fun time. So
wonderful.
You go first.
His walk cycles were one of the first things that we made, and so like we were working on this game before we kind of knew almost anybody in the industry really, and so it was just us like working quietly at home during COVID, you know, that whole thing. And then we released it. And then when people actually started playing it and we'd see them squeal with this really flouncy walk cycle and stuff. And by that time, I'd forgotten that it was a big deal. I'd been looking at it every day for 18 months, you know?
Yeah.
And then, oh yeah, he's a big fruit. And people kind of, it's very easy to normalize that, as we should.
I felt seen because I would totally walk around in an oversized sweater, really short red shorts, and just stomp everywhere I go. I'm super curious. You made this super surreal was the first word that I like that came up in my mind while I was playing this. Like, what was the inspiration behind making it as wacky and kind of weird as it was? Because I found some meaning and some of the storytelling going on, but like why make it this like wacky and weird?
A lot of our ideas just come with us going for our morning walks together as we drink coffee in the early hours of the morning and slowly speed up with the caffeine. And one thing that came with this was we just realized how interested we were at the idea of memory and like the swamp of the internet, and what if those things were kind of the same. And so we also really love stories that don't spell everything out. And we've been on a huge, as anyone who has seen Evangelion, while we were working on this, we were on a huge Evangelion rewatch of the rebuilds. And so we were deeply in love with things not being answered very well.
Okay. Yeah, you know, you mentioned this to me, and that's something I still need to watch. So I'm very excited. And I do love that because I think it's always really fun to have, like, I think I was described to me once, because I come from a creative writing background. That's what I got my degree in. And okay, also just real quick, his little beep bop with his little hands.
This is probably my favorite animation. Just this.
So good.
It brings me such joy every time.
It's so good. But I think there's such a fun nature of like having storytelling where like you kind of, what was it described to me as, like where you kind of meet the shoestrings kind of a thing, but you don't like tie it all in like in a nice little bow or anything. So like you kind of leave the audience to do that themselves. And I thought that was really fun for this one particularly.
Yeah, it's a big, and because it's only like 70 minutes long, it's one of those things where by the end of it, every line of dialogue, every letter like there is telling something that you kind of need to piece the whole thing. Because I like to think that if you play this, you can get the whole emotional arc of him and his partner and a bit of an idea of the world. But if you also pick up all of the references that we've put down and everything, blah, 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 you can actually work out what happened to the world. We just won't tell you.
Yeah. And I think that's so cool because I think that was one of my biggest questions going through. It was like, what is going on here? The world itself is, I mean, there was an idea of like them creating the world themselves, I feel. And that kind of,
I mean, I'm not going to give any big answers because Scott will destroy me, because a big part of it is bringing your own meaning to it, trying to assemble the pieces yourself. And as soon as like one of the directors just lays it down, then that's that. The fun's gone. So
that's fair. So the dynamic of him writing to Darl, I thought was really great. And I think it kind of, you got little bits of like, oh, I kind of see how maybe like their relationship was, what kind of, because I know as a writer too, like sometimes I like base relationships and characters off of like who I know in real life. Like, was there an inspiration on the dynamic between him and Darl?
We really wanted it to be, because Scott and I have been together for 10 years. And so we really wanted it to be a mature relationship, that they were very comfortable with each other. There was no question marks about their relationship. They could almost like you have that relationship where you can take each other for granted, but you consciously don't because you're just so in sync with things. And so we just wanted it to be that. And then mostly I think the sense of humor is very our Australian, kind of out of the blue, weird in-joke kind of.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling the things we're pulling out of pools lonely little chunks. Like that to me, I was like, that's just so cute. The way that they're talking about everything in the game, I just so very uplifting. And I like that you said earlier, like having, you know, stories that are more uplifting when it comes to being queer and seeing these stories represented. I think, yeah, we definitely need more of this for sure.
Yeah, joyful was a keyword we used the whole time when making it.
Oh my gosh, it's joy across the board. I mean, everything from like how he runs, he's like right when he started skipping, I was like, oh my God, he's skipping through this world. Like he's like this, who knows what's going on? He seems to be the only one here. But he's just going happily through it. And I love that. I just love that. And also, okay, I need to know tell me about admin, the house, and everything going on. I need to know.
Admin, if you can see underneath the house, admin is actually poking up. That's technically admin.
Wait. The pink thing here?
Yeah, that's popping into the middle of the room. That's admin.
Oh my God. Okay. What was tell me more about like how you developed the character of admin, because admin was for sure a character to me.
Yeah, I think admin didn't talk as much at the start, but we needed something for Bong to bounce off.
Why not more?
I don't know where it came from, to be honest. It was kind of just the idea of like there's always this centralizing force, I guess. There's this thing, the universe, I guess, that he can talk to, kind of.
Okay.
I can't talk too much about it without crossing those lines that I said I'm not allowed to. But
fair.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he's called it a sitter there. Was there? Okay, I guess part of me, I keep asking questions and I'm like, why would he call it a sitter? Very good question.
Yeah, this is part of that like memory, but it's muddled rather than, it's not amnesia. It's just you just can't find, it's like tip of the tongue kind of thing.
Right. Okay. That's a really fascinating element, because I when I was going through this, I was just like, oh, it's his quirky little character. He's just calling things. But yeah, as it was going on, I was like, oh wait, he doesn't know what that is. Kind of, but like he doesn't know the word for it.
What it is.
Yeah,
and there's a bit later on with, particularly in the background there, the pair on the chair where he realizes that he hasn't eaten in days and didn't remember to eat for days. And I find that question really satisfying, because that means that he wasn't hungry. What does that mean? Also, there's no toilet. There's no bedroom.
There is not.
I'll stop now. These are the questions you meant to bring up yourself.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, and admin being the first jump scare of the game to me, was great. It really shocked me into like, oh, we're into the game now. Here we are. Gosh. Okay. This might be more of a specific question then. I looked at, I was trying to pronounce it. Is it ibis? Ibis?
Ibis. Oh, I'm
ibis.
So ibis they're big. They're the birds that are all through the playground you were just at. Like they're white with the big, long black beaks. And it didn't occur to us that people would not know what an ibis is, because they're a very common bird in Australia, very common bird in Southeast Asia. And so I didn't realize that people would not know.
Totally, just right over my head. I saw it and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you're not the first person.
And I just kind of went. I just went along with it. Like, okay, come on.
Yeah, so if you go out of the house and kind of walk back towards the camera, you'll see what the ibis are. So spin the camera back. Yeah. So see all of those big white, they're giant. That's why in his letter, he was like, didn't ibis used to move more? And so they're actually photos of ibis that are like photo bashed onto textured onto the rocks.
They're like, wow, okay. It's giving it felt in the most charming way. It felt like PS1 versions of ibis.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that brought me right back to my childhood of gaming, and I think that was a nice
really wanted to
feeling.
mix as much generational stuff as we could. So there's some billboard sprites in the game. There's literal photos of a neighborhood we used to live in the game.
So were there any, as far as games go, were there any, like, because I know you mentioned some shows and some movies that inspired some concepts for this. Were there any games that you took inspiration from for this one?
Look, I think we didn't lean on enough game references to our detriment. That made it really, really hard. And we almost canceled making this game like 3 times because it was just, we had only been making games for like 6 months when we started making this.
Oh,
so it
wow.
was very, very hard. And going in without any kind of solved like game structure to like a mentor game to lean on, without that it was hard. But we probably, I think stuff that we loved the most was things like just walking sims, like Gone Home, like what else? I always lean back onto just I always love in particularly JRPGs when you come into a village off the map and then you just have this little contained playground of a village to walk around and explore. And so the idea of that slowly getting bigger and bigger was kind of the images we had.
Yeah, I definitely felt like as this was going on, it was very cool to see like the world continue. Like every time we woke up, it almost felt like kind of a routine. Like, he's getting up the next day, and then there's going to be more world to see.
Because like routine was a huge part of the game, and previously the game was much more drawn out, and you would have this routine every morning where you do laps of the island, and you'd pick up different chunkies, and you'd like. Eventually, he would remember to have morning coffee, and then he'd have to go straight to the bathroom, and like all of these things that we ended up having to cut because we were going crazy and needed to end it.
Hey, listen. I mean, I'm really glad that this game exists now, and I'm glad that you were able to get it out there because, again, uplifting queer stories. I mean, something we need more of, and I think this one just is constantly going to bring smiles to people.
Oh, good. I hope so.
For sure. Oh my gosh. This process here, I'm clearing. It's like I thought of it as like clearing the rubble in a sense of like getting rid of the clutter in your mind about what these things are. Like
big appreciate that. One of the first images that Scott came up with this game was at the time a woman in the swamp with like a long thing, just like fishing things out of a swamp. And then you'd pull stuff out of the swamp and you'd chisel the mud away to find out what's inside. And so that is a hangover from that image.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I found it really it's like we're slowly chiseling away like and figuring out what this world is around us. Because I know as a player, I'm in here being like, what is going on? Like, I want to know more about this. And I feel like it's cool to have like a level playing field of him also being like, I don't know. Okay, the letterbox. Is that another like just a ism, or was that just his way of saying it?
What do you mean?
Because I mean, I guess like for me, I call it a mailbox.
Oh no, we call them letterboxes in Australia.
Great, I'm getting more.
We call them both, to be honest.
Okay, so I'm becoming more cultured. Thank you.
If that's what you want to call it.
Listen, I would. He called it a letterbox. I was like, oh wait, that's cute.
It never occurred to me that you can't. You might not be able to tell what is him being messed up and what is just Australian. And that's when I think, what is there a difference?
Well, I cannot speak for Australia or Australians, so I will not comment on that. But I will say that even if it, whether I got to learn that about it or not, it was fun. This character is built so well, I feel. And
this is one thing, another Australian thing. Those
yes,
purple
please.
trees, they were green yesterday, and they've since bloomed. And I think he mentions jacarandas at some point, maybe in that.
I heard, yeah.
But yes, that's a jacaranda, which kind of like Japan has what are they called? Blossoms, cherry blossom season. Australia has jacaranda season, but it goes for much longer. And so you'll suddenly just get entire streets that are covered with these purple trees, and it's incredible.
Whoa. Oh my God. That's so cool. Cause I think like it's cool to see bits of like your own world represented, even in this like really just oddly surreal world that it seems like nothing is necessarily recognizable until things start to become unfolded. Oh my God. Yeah. It's beautiful. I love the photos. The JPEGs. They all there was so much me into. Wait, do you mind describing what's going on here? I don't know that I ended up catching what was going on here.
These he ends up kind of taking them as one thing, and then they kind of reveal hints of what happened to the world, but they're actually recreations of screenshots from the 1998 film The Hole by Simon Lang, which is between Evangelion and The Hole. Those premises jammed together are kind of what happened to the world, really, kind of, not really. And so if you happen to have seen this Taiwanese slow cinema film, you'll recognize these shots because they're some of the most powerful shots from the film.
Fair. I do believe we are getting our wrap-up signal. That appears to be it. Yes. So I did want to ask, before we do have to head off, was there like a big sort of takeaway from this game that you wanted people to have? Like, how did you want people to feel like after they finished it?
I think the biggest thing is just like queer joy, queer like everything. I think everything we do, we want just queer is never a question. The gays are having a lovely time. They are flourishing. Weird shit's going on, but aren't they having a lovely time? That kind of.
Yes, that is so important. We definitely need our joy to be shared as much as, our tragedies and everything were meant, I feel like, are good educational things and good ways for our stories to feel seen.
We are interested in like the difficulties. There's definitely difficulty in our games, but the most interesting thing, I think, isn't the difficulty itself. It's watching people strive through the difficulty. And often we do that with humor and joy, and we just keep ourselves alive by trying to be happy. And that's the kind of things we want to show.
I love that. So if people were to want to keep up on any potential future games or things like that, where would they need to look?
We are Fuzzy Ghost on the Twitters, X-Twitters, and Instagram and all that. We actually have a trailer for our next game on the Day of the Devs for the Game Awards. The game is called Janet de Mornay as a slumlord and a witch. It has more jump scares.
Oh, see, I'm a big horror girly, so that sounds right. That sounds exactly like it'd be for me.
So let's go.
Oh, I love a horror comedy as well. Oh, that's great. Well, thank you so much for being here. It was great to get to chat with you about the game, and thank you again.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for playing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This was lovely.
It was lovely.
Jeff and Pete, thank you so much for showing us the very queer and very fun gameplay of Queer Man peering into a pool, rockpool.jpg. Now let's see who the winner of the lucky free game key is. Congratulations. I'm going to botch this, but Emily _HLP. No, Emily _HLP. Please send IGDA a DM and we'll get that code out to you ASAP. For everyone else, you can buy or wishlist the game using the link in the chat. Please join me in thanking Jeff and Pete and the whole game at the whole team at Fuzzy Ghosts. And we'll be right back after some more trailers and some honorable mentions.
All right? I'll tell you this story.
Your mom had a brain aneurysm. Do you know what that means?
Is she going to die?
We just found out that mom might die. Does that mean nothing to you?
Everything that happened to us, it helped us. There was a reason.
Why the hell do I feel so alone? Do I really have to be so angry? Do I really hate my mother? Memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why, until you realize it's trying to teach you something crucial. No one can live like this, not really. But we can change. Everyone can change. I have to leave it all behind.
Dear Diary, this road trip has been amazing. There have been so many wacky shenanigans traveling with Polly and Scott. We're usually in mortal danger, but it's fun. Dear Diary, Vicky might be the best road trip planner ever. She planned several landmarks and places for us to visit. She brought us to some hot springs where we got to chill out. Then to a fancy Mer Kingdom ball. And even to a rodeo where we got to see some unique lasso tricks. Dear Diary, the other day we visited a nerd convention and Zoe was there. We had lots of fun and even got matching cosplay. And you know what? She ended up joining the trip. We've been talking a lot lately, and I feel I'm getting to know her a lot better. I don't know. I think I like her. Dear Diary, today we reached our destination, the City of Vice. It was so worth it. We partied so hard that the next day we only had blurry memories of what happened. But we salvaged some pics, and I can tell you, it was wild. Dear Diary, this road trip has been wonderful. So many adventures, so many feelings. I wasn't ready for something as amazing as this.
Are you ready? Welcome to Monster Road Trip. It's a cooperative narrative survival adventure. Will you manage your resources well enough to avoid losing? Join forces with your friends to reach a mind-blowing destination, or compete to see who's the lame loser and who's the MVP. One thing is for sure, this will be a journey full of strange places, wacky misadventures, and hot monsters you can meet, and even date. Pack your bags and get ready for the Monster Road Trip.
You are all having an amazing time so far. I know I'm really enjoying all of these games, and yeah, I'm just so excited to get my hands on them. But without further ado, I would love to introduce the next and final segment of the showcase. Just the showcase. We still have a panel afterwards. But next up, we have our very own Cade and JJ from MidBoss, who will be showing us the world of read-only memories, alongside the most wonderful and glamorous Chalora. Neurodiver is the newest game that takes place in the read-only memories world. Let's see what Chalora, Cade, and JJ are up to now.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How are you, Cade? How are you, JJ?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, we had that in sync. We're a team. For everyone who doesn't know me, my name is Chalora. I'm a trans drag streamer. And tell us about yourselves, Cade and JJ. Whoever wants to go first.
Do you want to go first, JJ?
Sure. So I'm the creative director at MidBoss, as well as the lead artist and animator for Read Only Memories Neurodiver. I've been working in games since around 2011, and that's about it, really. Just continuing to work on this game. It has been my life for the past few years now.
And I also work at MidBoss. I do more of the boring business and marketing stuff, but together we help make this wonderful game come to life. And hopefully I try to stay out of the creative realm so JJ can work his magic with the rest of the team.
That's totally fair. Let the master do their work.
That's my firm belief, is like business people should do that and let the creatives have the space to do things, that they are the professionals at. So,
well, without further ado, I'd love to show y'all the trailer.
Existing only in memories is such a cold experience. But every time you appear, the barriers continue to win.
I am Luna Cruz de la Vega, psychic detective.
I would not send you into this mission if I didn't believe you could handle this.
Whoa, this memory feels like it's happening days or even weeks later. A breach in security has been identified in the psionic research lab. Level urgent. Journal.
Looks pretty old. She looks familiar. You have a really nice view.
Sweet, you're here.
Yes, I'm so excited. I totally haven't played it before because it's not out.
Please ignore the release date at the end of it.
Yeah. Sometimes we
as a
lack
business,
time.
I was gonna say, as a business decision, we are localizing it to 5 additional languages than we originally planned. So that takes time, and that's part of the reason why we had to bump it out one more time on the release date. But it is guaranteed coming in the spring. So
good. I mean, if
Yeah.
it takes more time, it takes more time. I don't believe in crunch culture, so
we don't either. We
good.
avoid
It's
it
like,
at all
put you on the
costs.
spot.
No. It's like we had this talk when I first joined 5 years ago. I was like, let's not do crunch, shall we? Nobody seemed to mind.
Yeah. So I know between the previous game 2064 and Neurodiver that there was also a comic. Is there any involvement or timeline between the comic and the games?
It's vague. It's sort of so technically from what years everything takes place in, it's somewhere in the middle. So it takes place after the first game. But it's its own standalone story. So you are following Lexi Rivers, who was a Neo San Francisco police detective in the first game. She is now just a private eye living in
Santa Cruz. Yeah.
And she's following a strange cult throughout this 4-issue miniseries.
Right.
There is a very loose connection between the comic and Neurodiver, but there are some pointers here and there that whenever you're playing Neurodiver, you'll see some callbacks to the comic, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I always appreciate little connections because it's like an Easter egg and an Easter egg, even though it's supposed to have continuity,
Yeah.
Well, one of the things we were big about was okay, let's keep the canon consistent regardless of what media the new read-only memory stuff comes out in, so that way the world maintains its integrity and the fans can have that sense of a real fictional place that they're enjoying. So
right.
Yep.
Sorry, I have a lot of notes.
It's all good.
So, Neurodiver follows the story of Luna, who's an Esper, where previously in 2064, the player was kind of like ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
What was the kind of the creative decision process behind that?
So I kind of wanted to tell, like, I wanted to have a story that actually had a defined main character in it, because one of the difficulties with 2064 was when we give so much, even though it was really good to give the player a lot of freedom of being able to name themselves and everything, the character is still kind of mostly blank outside of some of the decisions they made. The real character, main character of 2064 was Turing, technically. They acted as sort of the voice of the main character for the most part. But I really wanted to have sort of a nice, self-contained story with a main character that has a personality, has a set hobbies, set ambitions that we can follow throughout this series. But the player still, of course, has the choice of making all of the decisions for what she says to everybody.
Right. Because something I like really appreciated about 2064 that and like you can tell me if it's in this one as well, but you know, there was the typical like, here's your name, here's your pronoun, and then they asked about like diet and things like that, and it had like so many like good options. Just as someone who's like, because I'm sober, it was really nice to see and like feel included in that kind of realm.
Right. Yeah. And that I heard a lot of positive feedback from not only that, but like there was somebody that was shocked that there was like a kosher option.
Yeah.
Or halal.
And it's like
halal.
yeah, for all of that stuff, it feels very like, do we need this, don't we? But whenever we got these responses, it was very heartwarming to hear that, oh, there was somebody that was like, wow, that's there. The other thing with this game though is that I wanted to scale back on how much we had to test and do, because we have a much smaller team, and I wanted a bit of a smaller experience in terms of the length of the game and also the choices in the game. And while those sacrifices are sadly made, we don't really have those choices in this game anymore. It was something that we enjoyed putting in the first game, but it is sort of like a smaller experience for this, and for the sake of our sanity, for testing and everything, we kind of had to be like, well, we have to take a step back a little bit with it.
Yeah, and then you can tell like more of a direct story.
Yeah.
Speaking of direct story, are there going to be multiple endings in this iteration as well? And will they make me mad?
Hopefully not.
I'm hoping not with the mad part, but as far as multiple endings goes, another thing that we're kind of scaling back on is I think Read Only Memories had like about 5 or 6 different endings to choose from, and that was also a nightmare to go through whenever it came to testing. This one does technically have multiple endings, but in a way it's a bit more subtle in how things are done as far as like multiple choices and everything goes. There's not anything that will sway the story one way or another with the ending like it did with 2064. But as far as decisions that you make go, that will change some of the responses from characters later on in the game. Or one of the bigger things is just if you want to know more information or get another branch of dialogue that's different about something, then that's where the choices come in. But for the most part, it still funnels down into, let's go back into this main story line.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I noticed that there are, this is something I love about more modern games especially, is characters speaking like their first language, and it's not just English all the way through necessarily. Like, for example, with Trace, who we might see later here in the little video, but we'll see. And I think Luna does that as well. I think just a little bit.
Mostly whenever speaking to Trace, I believe.
Yeah. Is and that was Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there other languages than Spanish that we see throughout the game?
It's mostly just Spanish,
Okay.
and it's Trace. And one of the things that I wanted to do with Trace specifically is, while I do like in some games, characters speaking their first language, they oftentimes repeat it again in English, which is fine. But I also just wanted Trace to just say the word and leave it, and move on. And that way, it's in a way where whenever the player is playing, it's like, well, what did she say? Well, in context, we can kind of guess what she said.
Right.
Otherwise, it's going to be a learning experience. You get to learn a word or three.
Yeah.
With her.
Get to a lingo, noob.
Yeah, there you go. It's right. It's free.
Yeah, it is free. Figure it out. Google it. But that's something I really appreciate anyway. Just seeing something kind of naturally flow instead of sort of giving you all the details right off the bat,
right?
And letting people be themselves. So I have a big question. It's a lot of words. I'm just going to read it out because I was like, how do I make this question sound natural? But I don't think I can. In the previous game, 2064, we experienced a lot of queer relationships in both the foreground and the background, and we could really experience a naturalized world where queerness and identity isn't, well, some identity is questioned, but queer identity specifically isn't necessarily questioned. Are there experiences in this game that we might see here or experience in Neurodiver, and that might be different from the first game?
It's tough to say. It's been so long, honestly, since I've visited the first game, to sort of get that sense of what's different, what's not anymore whenever it comes to the interactions of characters. But we do sort of have this yearning between ES88 and Gate that we'll see throughout the game.
These two.
These two that we're seeing on the screen right now. Not the monster on the side, but ES88.
Well, there's time.
Well, but we do have a returning cast from some 2064. So we have Lexi, and we kind of get to learn a little more about like what her relationships were through just not a big story kind of deal, but whenever looking around at some of the items in her room and some of the photos, you can sort of ask like, who's this? Who's that? You can learn what her relationships were as a nice little extra in the past. So that it's kind of the same in a way as the first game, as far as the characters or how they're represented and how they present themselves.
Yeah, I was definitely like taken aback a little bit at the beginning because the sort of sapphic tension kind of happens like pretty quick.
Yeah,
and it's strong, and I was like, "Oh, this is good. This is spicy right away." So
it's like a wholesome spicy if you can. Have both, because we didn't there's not like deep relationship built in this game, but there's a lot of this like tension. Like I'm not going to spoil anything, but like yes, a growing tension between two of the lead characters. So,
and as someone who's like watched The Nanny, for example, tension is the best. Just keep it as tension. If you know, you know. Something cute I noticed. I unfortunately have only played 2064, of course. So that's what I have to like go off of. But
well, the new one's not out yet, so it's okay.
Exactly. I noticed some like pun typos in the first game, and I'm not sure if those were intentional, but I'm wondering if we're going to see some like cute wordplay in this game, because I'm a punster myself.
There might be a little bit, but not a lot, but perhaps.
I think there are a few, but like it's not like a constant stream of them, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know. The writing in both of the games, at least from what I can see anyway, is really well done. I usually notice a lot of typos, spelling mistakes, things like that. And I didn't notice any, at least not that I can remember. The only one I noticed was the pun one, and I was like, someone left this in as a joke.
That might have been a pun. Yeah,
it probably was.
We
Yeah.
were talking
Very
about the jade
intentional.
plant, and we were
Yeah.
like, I believe in you, or something like that.
Yes,
And it
that
was
is
like,
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An intended pun.
So tell me about, I don't know if you're also part of the writing team, but tell me some things about the writing team, because it seemed like, from what I could gather from the credits, it's a lot of people, but I'm not sure if it's like the same team or if you pick up different people to work on like different parts of the project.
So it's a different team, and there were a lot of people involved, sort of in the beginning in planning, and there were some different writers that came in. As far as the story, the initial story is concerned, Sina Grace, who was the writer for the comic, put together the story based off of some early drafts from some other writers that we had from early planning, and then our lead writer, Sam Ortiz, she took everything that Sina made in his script and made it something that could actually work as a game. So she did all of the main writing for the game, all of the main dialogues for the game. And then we had Jolie Menzel as our narrative design and editor for the game as well. And we all worked very closely together with the script, making sure that it worked well, not only from a game standpoint, but also as lines that could be very naturally read by voice acting or voiceover. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of back and forth, but it was a lot of like tightly knit working together to get it done.
And I mean, it's clearly effective, so I think that's probably like worth the effort. I do have a cute little question, and Kate, you can answer this as well, of course.
Okay.
That I have for you both. So for those who don't know, who haven't played 2064, for example, we're at a point where we're gene splicing with like animal DNA, or using cybernetic modification. And sometimes it's out of necessity, and sometimes it's for cosmetic reasons. If you could use gene splicing and or cybernetic modification, what would you use and why?
I think I know what JJ will say, but I'll let him say it. By the way, I love your hints like towards like the cybernetic makeup you have on.
Oh yeah, the makeup's great.
I thought JJ would appreciate that.
I was at first gonna do like Lexi's because it's more like subtle, and then I saw Gates, and I was like, oh well, I gotta do that. Like,
it 100% works.
Yeah. Thank you.
JJ, do you have a first answer? I've got a couple ideas, but I'd have to think another 10 seconds about the augment or splicing thing.
The cybernetics, I don't know. As far as like cybernetics goes, it would mostly be like, oh, well, I actually need this sort of thing. Because I don't think I would ever want to just get cybernetics for the sake of it. At least if we're talking about this world and not fantasy worlds, the number one thing that could probably go wrong with like, oh, I want to replace my eyes, is, well, that company that made your eyes is gone now, and now you're blind again.
Right.
Yeah, but maybe
nothing
that
is future-proof in technology, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking in fantasy terms, maybe that or something that could translate languages on the fly accurately. As far as like hybrids go, I just want a tail. Tail would be awesome, I think.
Is there a specific kind of tail?
Not really. Like, I don't know.
Just
like
whatever.
Just whatever. Like I don't know, cat tail, fox tail, any sort of tail would be pretty great, I think.
So too.
Yeah.
On to me. So I was thinking about like the genetic stuff like that, and one of the things I wouldn't mind having like as an additional feature built into my DNA would be the ability to like heal fast and regrow limbs. Like, you know, a starfish, you can cut off an entire limb, or a crab will regrow its entire arm back. Because as humans, I think the only thing we can grow back is our liver if you lose half of it, which is tiny compared to all these other creatures that can basically grow almost their entire body back. And I think that that's pretty awesome. Hopefully I won't ever need to, but I would like that option, and fast healing always seems like a good idea. Like we did talk about some gene splicing for potential other read-only memories stories, and you know, for example, you could, I'm not going to spoil anything for a future one, but like one of the things is like you could splice plant DNA into your human, and different plants have certain things like aromas or scents or pheromones. You know, same thing with animals. They also have their own distinct pheromones, and there's things that you can actually do, or things that could affect the real world as an extra feature that would come from that sort of thing. When it comes to augments, I think I would, and this is assuming dream world where like anything I add would not become obsolete, or I would not regret it later. I would say I love the language thing that JJ mentioned. I think that's actually kind of probably the best one I can think of. But I would say like, and maybe this would probably be something I do regret, but like internet directly to my brain, like internal Wi-Fi. I mean, I think that would be great because like, you know, it would be nice to be able to access it without carrying it. Remember to keep battery charged on the phone.
So you would be the 5G tower.
It would be right in here, yeah.
And you can change.
I could like move my arms for better signal. I'd be like, ooh, no, over here.
Yeah, all 8 of them. Cephalocade.
Yep.
Well, we were just given our little warning to wrap up.
Cool.
That was my wrap-up question, to be fair.
Nice. We did it.
Yeah. Speed round.
Nice.
So I have been your host for this particular panel, Chalora, trans drag streamer, and JJ. Where can we find you, and where can we see you?
So I'm JJ Signal on Twitter, or I guess X, and also Blue Sky now. And I'm mostly just there. Reposting stuff. That's it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm usually found most places. You can just search Cade Peterson, and most of the time you'll find me. But I'm Cade Rageous is my handle on most things. Blue Sky is my favorite. Twix, Twitter, X, whatever. That's far second, but that's my most established public one. But Blue Sky is, yeah, Blue Sky and Twix. Cade Rageous, like outrageous, but Cade Rageous.
Truly.
And if you want to find MidBoss, just go to midboss.com, and you should find everything else about us and what we're doing.
Yeah. And wishlist NeuroDriver read-only memories on Steam. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Chalora, Cade, JJ, thank you so much for that awesome conversation. Chalora, those questions were amazing and really hit to the point of why we are doing this live stream and why it's important to have this kind of representation, not only in games, but across the gaming industry, whether you're a developer, streamer, gamer, what have you. So thank you so much for that engagement. I personally can't wait to play NeuroDiver until right now. I just want to take my demo and keep playing it. It was really cool. Anything ESP and like psychic stuff, it's my jam. You can download the read-only memories NeuroDiver demo today. So go ahead and wishlist that. Wishlisting games on Steam really supports our developers, so it's so important. Just give that wish list, you know, all that jazz, and really help support the queer LGBTQIA plus game dev community. With that, we've wrapped up our 6 showcases. Oh my gosh. I know. Like, yeah, let's give a round of applause. Seriously, that's truly amazing.
They were all amazing.
Wow, I have so many games I want to play now, but that's not all we have. We've still got 1 hour of great industry insights in our next segment. But first, I'd like to thank all the streamers and devs who've participated in today's showcase. What an amazing lineup of games. My holiday wish list pretty much just skyrocketed.
Speaking of holiday wish lists, as Jacob said, please help out these amazing creators by visiting their game on Steam and wish listing it or buying it. You know, you could also buy it, but wish list it. This helps out the developers tremendously.
And while you're at that, or maybe perhaps right after that, look up the developers that you've enjoyed from this show and like give them a follow on their socials and interact with them and wishlist their games. Every little bit of stuff like that is very encouraging and makes it all worthwhile, really.
All right, so next we will transition into our last program of the evening, a panel discussion on LGBTQIA plus representation in the games industry. During this panel, moderated by the one and only Deer, you'll learn directly from Showcase developers about current trends, challenges, successes of queer representation in games today, and how we can pave a path to a more inclusive future.
But first, let's take a look at some final honorable mention that we didn't get a chance to showcase in today's stream, and a special event coming up soon called Stream Queens. More on that in a bit, but stay with us, and we'll be right back with the panel.
I keep having the weirdest dreams about my hometown. I've not been back there in 2 years. Not since Dad's memorial. Now Mum's trying to sell the place. I can't find the words to reach her. Dad would know what to say. He used to have us throw this ball back and forth to work out our problems.
So you came back, Desta, after all this time? You can't just show up and expect everything to be normal.
I'm sorry. I should have kept in touch. I've imagined these conversations in my head 100 times. But I think I'm working my way through it.
Well, if it isn't Desta. Sleeping in class again.
Have I had it all wrong?
You look like you could use a friend right now.
I can't keep running. I've got to find the right words. All these dreams. Let's see how far they take us.
Let's get this show started.
Seraph, drop the floor and push them in.
I didn't realize you were all into group play. Am I the star? Whoa. Fuck my life. Step up, Sally. Back off, Becky. Ah. Woo! And that's a happy ending.
I think something big is coming.
Damn, Daddy!
Not him, that.
Death drop.
Landline? Where the hell is it coming from? Hello?
Was it my hat, Andrew? Is that why you didn't let me in today? Into my house.
No, it's just,
My husband and I own a small private apiary in Karingaches, and I just thought I'd stop by to see some of my tenants, and I shouldn't have worn the hat.
No, it's okay. I just wanted everything to be perfect for the inspection, and...
So you let me in next time?
I mean, we have
You
to.
let me in?
But yeah, of course.
Oh,
come on.
wonderful. Yes, they let me in. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
How many times has this happened to you? You've devised the perfect evil scheme, but have no henchmen to carry out your plans. Because you killed them all. What is a supervillain to do? Introducing Crimer, villainy made simple. Just load up the Crimer app, start a job, and we take care of the rest. And best of all, you don't have to pay salaries or healthcare or death benefits because your new henchmen aren't employees, they're independent contractors. It's win-win. Don't wait. Sign up today. Your plans, your schemes, our resources. Crimer.
So put me at the back left, put me on the bench. I don't wanna be the show, I just wanna run the show. Put me at the back left, put me on the bench. I don't wanna be the show, I just wanna run the show. Just a thing on my tiny string, if there ever was any doubt. Reach under my trousers, move up where my blouse is, and put your hand in my mouth. Was in the know, all those
Hi, everybody! Hi, Stream Queen Con. Just be stupid. Don't be afraid to draw big shapes on yourself. Don't be afraid to put lashes like on your forehead.
Take my wig off.
Let the music sleigh bells!
Take my wig off. It's just. I'm done. I'm just.
Bella's done. Bella's done. Stop running that way. Ah! No one saw that. No one saw that. Oh, the camera was on me! God!
So you play as the last mother fox on Earth after like late stage capitalism has destroyed the planet.
I still get giddy to like go to a gay bar and just be surrounded by, oh my god, there's gay people here too, just like me.
If I want to watch a bunch of rotting corpses ruin the lives of people, I'll just watch like politics.
Oh, okay.
Glee.
Hey everyone, sorry, we'll be right with the panel. We're just adding one more slot to the fill so that we can make sure everyone's gorgeous faces are shown. That was totally my bad. I accidentally deleted one of our frames earlier. So bear with us for just a minute while our amazing producer gets 7 folks slotted on us, and we'll start the panel in just a moment.
I like that it feels like we're just staring at each other in silence.
Yeah. This is just a moment for us to all just enjoy each other's presences and to just think about, how the stream has gone so far, how the vibes have been. Pretty
Just
good.
Imagining what you're saying.
Hi, I didn't realize I was muted. Hello, everyone. Hi.
Hey.
I was just dancing, why not?
It was beautiful.
That was good. That was really good.
Thank you. I dabbed. I said everyone dab.
Oh,
and none of us did.
Woo! It's like magic. It's like seeing behind the scenes. It's sexy.
the Brady Bunch, but it's
Hi.
the gay gaggle.
Yes.
Nice.
Are we good? Are we cute? Are we nice?
Yeah, maybe.
More muted.
Possibly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll try and adjust you to make you a little bit bigger, but sorry for the tech difficulties. But yeah, go ahead and, dear, introduce yourself. Tell us more about yourself. Tell us more about Stream Queens. I cannot wait for next weekend. It's next weekend, right? Yeah. And then once you're done with that, we'd love to do some introductions for the rest of the panel. Everyone can introduce themselves after that.
Let's do it. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Dear. Let's Play What You Fear. I'm a variety streamer on Twitch and elsewhere and beyond. Welcome to the Queer Indies Showcase Developer Panel. Thank you all for being here. Wasn't this an amazing show? We're going to talk about the importance of LGBTQ representation and inclusion within the gaming industry. Just something about me. I'm the founder of Team Stream Queens and the all drag troupe of content creators on Twitch. And you saw the trailer. Next week, Saturday, 1 week from today, we are having our 4th annual digital convention celebrating drag, gaming, visibility, representation. It's going to be so much fun. Please, everyone, follow the Stream Queens Twitch channel. It's going to be amazing. Chalora's going to be there. I'm going to be there. It's going to be so good. Thank you so much, IGDA, for allowing us to share our trailer so that we can get people hyped up. Woo! But enough about that. That's not yet. That's in a week. We're here together right now, and we're going to go down the line and reintroduce ourselves just in case anyone is just tuning in. We've got developers and streamers here to talk about representation. Let's start with, is it Stefan?
Stefan Gagne, yeah. I'm with Fiction Factory Games. I am the guy who wears way too many hats there, and I am a moderately interesting writer.
Yay. Go down the line. Thomas.
All right. Hi, I'm Thomas Barra, he, they, co-founder and narrative director at FNAF Games, which is a small indie studio in Otatahi, Christchurch, New Zealand. And our focus is on queer narrative games with nostalgic and silly components, I guess.
Thank you. Pete?
Hell yeah. I'm Pete. I'm half a fuzzy ghost. Me and my boyfriend make games about, I don't know, queers, I guess. They're very bright. They're very joyful.
They're okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Chalora.
Hi, I'm Chalora. I'm a trans drag streamer, and I play all sorts of stuff and do characters, and I am thinking of making a video game, so who knows?
Oh.
Developer. Let's go. How about you, Jeff?
Hey everybody, my name is Jeff Brutlog. I'm also a variety streamer and a writer. The genres I typically tend to stream are magical, kooky, or spooky. I also love food, so I'm just always know that I'm thinking about food at any given time.
Preach.
So true. Hi, JJ.
Hello, I'm JJ, the creative director at MidBoss. I am not only that, but the lead artist and animator for both Read Only Memories and Read Only Memories Neurodiver. Our main focus, at least so far, has been narrative-focused games. Maybe that might change later, but who knows?
Cute. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing your games with the wider community. It was so much fun, but also so important to be able to get to know y'all and get to know your games, either already out or coming soon. I want to know, for the developers, what was your path to becoming a developer? And this is for anyone. Just raise your hand, scream, shout, feel free to answer. What made you want to be a developer?
I'm going to mute because the plane's going over.
I've been doing games since high school in the 90s. I'm an old dude. Mostly I was making them to not fail my computer science classes. Like here, I did a thing. I wasn't just slacking off the entire semester. But I've been pretty much doing this for a very long time. And other than taking a quick break into doing novels, I basically did games back to back.
Thank you.
Cool. I'm the inverse of that. I've been doing. Oh, I just jumped in. Sorry.
Ooh, go ahead, Pete. You've got the floor.
I've been doing this for like 3 years. I was a commercial. My boyfriend and I were both. Fuzzy Ghost started as us being a animation duo, and then we just got sick of clients. Commercial work is rough.
That's
and
fair.
So just trying to keep the dream alive now.
Thank you for sharing, Thomas. Thomas, you really want to talk.
I'm
really
so
wanna
keen.
know.
I know the answer. No, I've a kind of similar story. Like I've only been in games for maybe like 4 and a bit years. I wrote down my flow chart was art school, e-commerce, depression, startup funding, video games. So there's a nice little path that anybody can follow. Actually, that's really great.
JJ.
So I guess whenever I was a kid, I wanted to make robots. And then after that, I wanted to make comics. And then I played Gunstar Heroes on the Sega Genesis and was like, oh, I want to make video games.
Nice.
And around the early 2000s, after I dropped out of school, I got a hold of Multimedia Fusion and Click and Create and was really into the Sonic fan gaming scene. And then ever since then, I just kind of stumbled into this position, knowing Photoshop and how to make, production ready art. Suddenly I found myself being the lead on a game that features robots that's like a playable comic. So it all worked out.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Chalora, you mentioned that you want to be a developer. Why do you want to be a developer? Are you inspired by the the Queer Indies showcase today?
I mean, I wanted to do it before this for sure. I just I started taking a video game development course just to like see if it resonated, you know, because I don't know if streaming is going to last forever. And
nothing lasts forever.
Yeah. Who knows? I could start making a video game and they're gone tomorrow. But I really wanted to get into it because I don't know. I feel like there's like stories and characters and representation that I don't often see. I'm not going to say that I don't see, and I want to see that in game genres that I like, but I don't see it in. And rather than complaining about it, somebody has to do it. So
this is absolutely our calling as well. I love that. I love it.
That is a fantastic point. And that actually leads me into what I wanted to ask. So you're jumping the gun a little. What's your take on the current state of representation for queer people in the gaming industry? And anyone, please jump in.
There needs to be more.
Absolutely.
I just think I think, you know, from what I'm noticing as far as like queer representation in games go so far, like I definitely think it's getting better. And I think like, you know, and I think the range of different kinds of stories that we're getting are definitely better than even just like a few years ago. But that being said, there can't ever be too many. So I just think, you know, get as much representation out there as you can.
Absolutely. And I saw both Pete and Thomas wanted to answer.
Always fighting for the mic. You go.
I pass the mic to...
You choose.
Pete spoke first before, so Thomas, go ahead and speak first.
I guess, I think like echoing like, what probably all of us have thought about. I think like with LGBTQIA plus representation in games, I feel like the best stuff is coming from the indie scene. And like, not necessarily that I'm making the best stuff, but I think everyone else here is. I think the AAA like games industry is getting better and things are kind of like slowly improving, but I definitely feel like there's still issues with things like the queer content in AAA games being kind of hidden behind like, say, a gay button or like an opt-in kind of scenario. So like a lot of gamers who are, not interested in that kind of thing can kind of avoid that representation entirely. So for me, that kind of feels a little like, I don't know, it's hit and miss, I guess, sometimes when it's implemented in that way, I would say.
When it's optional. Pete, what did you want to add?
I think I'm getting more and more optimistic. I like how much stuff we're seeing. I mean, I'm on the older end of the devs doing a lot of queer stuff, and so I'm a bit tired of some of there's a lot of coming out stories and a lot of like finding yourself stories, and that is great and that is always very valid. But like Laura said earlier, I don't see the stories that I want, and so they're the ones we're making, or we're all trying to make. But it's not the same when you make it yourself. Like I want it to be someone else's. I want more. And so I'm looking forward to seeing more adult-oriented stories where it's not just about finding yourself, not about. I mean, everyone is always finding themselves, but not about making peace with being gay or being queer or whatever. That's just a core theme of it while you're, I don't know, blowing up a space station or something cool.
Mm-hmm. And Stefan, I saw you agreeing or nodding. Like, what do you think about the state of the representation in games currently?
I mean, I can't speak authoritatively for the industry. I've always felt like a bit of an outsider because I just sort of run off and do my own little thing, and maybe people like it and maybe people don't. But I do like that we're starting to see more and more representation in both indies and AAAs, and notably seeing stories with queer characters that are not just about their queerness. That like it's an aspect of them. It's an aspect of their background, their personality. It defines who they are, but it's not the totality of their story. That it's their story isn't I'm the queer one. No, their story is blah 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 blah. Also, I'm queer. Blah 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 blah. I like to see where it's more embedded, where it's not just a trivialized offhand mention you can edit out for 30 seconds for the international market, but still integrated in a way that feels natural.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's really important is when it feels natural. It doesn't just feel like a tack on, because plenty of AAA companies have been like, oh, by the way, that character, they're gay, but it's not in the game. We're just saying it on X or Twitter or whatever.
My biggest, because I absolutely agree with that. But at the same time, when we're complaining about that, which is warranted, the tack on, I don't want developers to take that as taking it away. Like Soldier 76 in Overwatch being gay has like almost zero content, but I'm real happy it's there regardless.
Yeah. Crumbs or something.
That whole queer baiting thing, I'm like, I'm hungry.
I want to eat.
Yeah.
I've always felt that perfect shouldn't be the enemy of good when it comes to representation.
Yes.
You should still make the effort. You should do an honest job of it. But if you come up short, at least you did an honest job and you made the effort. Mm-hmm. I don't really like when somebody really goes out of their way to try to get some representation in their game. Maybe they don't do it to the best they could, and they get slammed for it. It's at least there's an effort here, as opposed to scaring off developers from even trying.
Absolutely.
Out of fear that they can't get it perfect.
Yeah. I want to piggyback off that real quick too. Yeah, I think the thing about being able to, be queer creators creating queer stories is, especially if we kind of tap into our own experiences to get that story out there, it's valid because it is your experience as a queer person. So definitely, don't there definitely should not be any pressure to like get it perfect. As Stefan said, it's, you know, it is your story, and that's what matters most.
It's the thought that counts. Do you have anything to add, JJ? About
No.
representation in the industry?
I was going to ask if we were perhaps then past the Dharma and Greg point of representation in television in video games, but I guess we are now. But I suppose we can only hope. I'm too much of a dummy for this type of question, but yeah,
you made a game. You're not a dummy. You made that.
You'd be surprised at how much a dummy can do, like myself.
Do you see what I did today?
Yeah,
I believe.
But yeah, no, I mean, the point of allowing there to be messy stories is something that at least I feel like it is maybe more rare to see that unless you're going into more of like the itch.io game dev like indie scene, which to me feels a lot like the underground comic like zine scene, where you do get a lot more messy stories and more flavor out of that. Whereas while I would say like AAA games have been doing a lot better than they were like even just 4 or 5 years ago, it still kind of feels like the network television version of that.
Oh, absolutely is.
Scrubbed version.
Yeah. And I want to see some more messiness in there, but it can be tough, especially whenever we have social media and a lot of worm-brained people in it that are ready to strike at something like that.
Well,
worm-brained is a great term.
Worm-brained. On that same topic, JJ, I think you touched upon something interesting. So what can the AAAs and the studio leaders do to like make their games feel more authentic and more real? Or like how can they attract more queer developers to make games with and for them?
Pay them.
Hire us. That's about it, really.
Unionization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of it not... I mean, I think it's always important to have the what are the AAA, AA's doing, but I mean, ultimately, we aren't... The queer community is rarely going to single-handedly be able to float their bottom line, right? So when we get something in there, cool, but the focus of what I find exciting is what like the teams in this room are doing and this kind of stuff. And like, this is the queer stuff. And I think in games, we're luckier than television and film is because we can do it with much smaller margins in a much quicker time. So we don't have to kind of scramble for the scraps in the way that you necessarily have to with TV rep, because it doesn't need to have a budget of $10 million. We can have just these tiny teams making their specific niche stories. And as this ball rolls bigger, this snowball gets bigger and bigger, the games are going to get more polished and more interesting and weirder and smaller and bigger and, you know, like all of the things. And it's that like snowflake of random shit that I'm excited for.
I love it.
I would still like to see more representation and more hiring within the larger game space rather than just the indies, though. I mean, the disadvantage for indie is that, yes, you can be small and independent and weird and you can do whatever works for you, but we're also extremely easy to get lost in the flood. Like, marketing and visibility is a huge problem, and that's like a problem that's pretty much solved at the AAA level. So if we could get some representation going at every level, not just the smaller level, then that would lift everybody up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Oh, sorry. I was just going to jump in really quickly. I think if there were... I've been asked this question before at like NZGDC and on a similar kind of panel, and everyone like struggled to answer because there was like a lot of indies trying to answer on behalf of bigger studios, right? So it's like, what can they do? They want to improve their diversity. They're a AAA studio and they're sort of looking at it like it's a business problem, right? I guess like some of the things that came up during that talk were the kinds of things that make your workplace nicer for everyone is going to make it appealing for queer people in terms of like flexibility, counseling, time off, like I don't know, like health insurance, like things like that. As well, I think it's important to realize that like queer communities will like and queer game devs will talk to each other. So like if your place is known to be kind of questionable to work at, or you've not done right by some of your staff, you should really like make some improvements to try and like figure out where did you go wrong, like because people will talk and people will know not to go work there because you're not supportive. So that's not a threat. It's just an observation.
Oh,
maybe it's a threat actually.
Little A, little B.
Yeah.
Why not both?
Why not both?
A little bit of both. I wanna ask our streamer friends, what do you think from your perspective as content creators, as the people playing the games? What do you think that industry leaders within the gaming space can do to better representation within games, if anything?
We haven't heard from you in a bit, Shalora. I'll pass it to you first.
I was going to answer the other question, but I think it's kind of like the same sort of question anyway. I really want to see, more diverse people at the table. Obviously, like your table at the office should look like the rest of the world, if that makes sense. There should be everyone at the table. You shouldn't have like your token gay guy, your token, so-and-so. It should be pretty well balanced, and it shouldn't just be like, here's one woman who has her little perspective and, all that kind of stuff, because it ends up where you have, drowned out voices who will give the opinion you're looking for, but often get outvoted by everybody else. And I think equal perspective from all the way around, because, sometimes we have, a gay man who might be misogynist, or, like that happens too. So
the intersectionality of hate.
Intersectionality. It exists.
And making sure that your company is nourishing that kind of culture too, not just like hiring those people, then leaving them in the dirt, checking in on them, making sure they're happy in their workplace, listening to them when they have a problem, and trying to come to a better solution.
That's tea.
It feels like a lot of this is basically just down to labor rights. It's down to making a good workplace that's going to be welcoming and is going to offer benefits. And that's something that a lot of companies are like recoiling in horror from, which doesn't make sense, because in the long run, it's going to help. It's going to improve their profits.
It's going to turn into a joint union chant.
Yeah,
I was going to say unions. 4-day work week, 3-day work week. Unions.
That's something that every industry can get better from, not even just games.
Yeah.
Oh my
gosh,
gosh,
and
yes.
If we need to do more research, hire some people as contractors, if that's what it takes. You have a particular character, you want to tell a trans storyline. Okay, hire a bunch of trans writers or trans creatives, put them in a room, get them talking, and pay them to do that and to go through that, like reliving their trauma or whatever it is that they have to do to get that information for your game, because you're telling a story at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, how good our ideas can flourish when given AAA kind of money, So if AAA studios are actually bringing us into, like you were saying, if you're bringing us into the room, whether it's contracting or something to where you're putting us at a seat at the table and saying, here's what we'll give you, what can you do with that kind of a thing, and making sure it's it's appropriate budget as well. But because we have stories that can really shine, and I think can really hit way more people than they might think.
Absolutely. I want to talk about a subject that we don't always love, but I think that it's important because a lot of people see developers of games as leaders as well as streamers as leaders within our space. I want to know how you deal with, as queer people, we get targets on our back. How do you deal with negativity when it comes to your baby, the game that you make?
badly.
How do you brush it off or not pay attention to it? How do you deal with it? Go ahead, Stefan.
Deal with it badly? That's basically my default. There's like two things that basically come in when it comes to critique. There's the obvious, ew, pronouns. And it's like, okay, you can just laugh that off and just shove them away because they have absolutely nothing of value to bring to the table. But then you get the comments that are coming in that are harsh and negative, but also making a pretty good point. One of those haters going to occasionally make good points type things.
Oof.
And that can
It's like,
drive you a bit.
I don't like that, but
yeah, that can drive you a bit into self-doubt. Like, did I screw that up? I was trying, but did I mess that up? And you gotta it's hard because you don't want to completely take it to heart. It could still be an invalid criticism or just one that disagrees with the direction of your story, but you still got to give it some kind of airing in order to be fair to it. So I don't really have any great solution for that.
it is the great mystery. It's like, are you criticizing because the game, or are you criticizing because queer? There's that bias that just is.
Or criticizing because your own expectations, which do not match my experiences, or your own experiences, which don't match mine, both of which are valid, but there's an assumption of authority coming in on it.
Yeah.
I think I'm quite lucky in that Queer Man Peering, which is our only big release, really, is niche enough that we don't get a lot of we don't get people who have opinions on it, because people often bounce straight off if they don't get it. And if they do get it, the biggest thing they complain about is the run button doesn't do anything. And that's right. It doesn't. You're going to walk slow. Thank you. But our next game is we're trying to make more accessible. So it's horror comedy. And so I'm worried about this exact question, because you can get people who it's not horror enough, or it's too gay, or all that stuff. And I know this was a question, but I don't have an answer.
It's hard. Life doesn't. You get questions. Sometimes you don't know the answer. And also on what you just said, is it more horror or comedy, or it's not enough, or it's too little? I'll be the judge of that because I'm going to play it.
Period. Me too.
I'll let you know.
I'll send you a build.
I'll jump in really quickly. I guess I will offer some structure just because I asked this question to a New Zealand studio who was mentoring me a couple of years ago, because they didn't necessarily deal with queer specific hate mail, but they had a process for how they deal with trolling trolls and whatever. But it essentially boiled down to before it's even happened, it's quite good, even in a small team, if you actually have a process for how you deal with it. And that process might even be as simple as it arrives on Steam or in your email or wherever, person A looks at it, sends it to person B. You get to then put it to the side and maybe have a time to go over it if it's something that's worth going over. Like Stefan said, if it actually has any merit or anything that's actionable in it. If it's pure hatred, just block it and remove it and don't engage with it. There's very little to be gained from, I feel getting into the trenches with the trolls, unless you really love it, unless it just nourishes you so much and it just brings joy to your life.
You have
I feel it's
the
quite
heel
rare.
wrestling point of view.
yeah.
Go at it head on. If they have something to say, so do I. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got all the time in the world. Come have a mean chat at me. Let's unpack.
Mm-hmm. JJ, do you have anything to add about if there's criticism, specifically criticism about the queerness of your projects? How do you deal with that?
I don't really deal with it that much. I like going through Steam and just checking the thumbs down bad comments, mostly because there are people that give a bad review, and I'll read through it and I'll be yeah, that person does talk a lot, maybe too much in this game, or the way that this person sort of speaks about themselves is maybe not really well done in a way, they're an exposition dump of some kind, and it's okay, yeah, I get that. That is something that I'm trying to solve now. But as far as people being like, "Oh, it's some SJW," or I guess now the new word that everybody loves using, woke. This is woke.
I was about to say, just search the discussions on Steam. Whoa.
Yeah. It's worthless mess. Like, it's just eating a bag of Lay's potato chips. Like, it's nothing really that's worth anything to engage with, and that's just much like Twitter, much like any sort of social media sort of outlet. Like, the number one thing that I think a lot of people need to learn is to just not engage, and that's about it. Like, sometimes it can be funny. Sometimes they'll say, "Oh, this game is like a copy of another game." Like, whenever they're like, "Oh, it's just play Snatcher instead because it's the same game," and it's like, well, you showed your whole ass there, because really, like, it's not like it was, yes, inspired by it, but it plays completely differently. The
But also, have you
presentation is
played a
different.
video game before? Like, that's how genre works. That's how
Like,
video games work.
It's one of those things where it's like you looked at the inspirations that were I think even in the description it's like Snatcher, and then you decided to put that in the review and say, oh, it's that, and it's mostly just worthless information. Like, I can understand why people would get offended by it, but these people already had it in their head to put that negative review down for this game. There is no changing it. For a sort of dreary way of putting it, it's embracing the hopelessness of ever getting through to this person.
Absolutely.
And with that in mind, there's no reason to really get emotional about it. They already had that in their head, so move on.
I think in terms of when Stefan said there being that like little element of truth to the feedback, I think that's where it's really good if you can find a games critic who has reviewed your game that you already know you really like their take on things, and because then if they bring it up as well, you can be like, okay, that's something. Or if like multiple people bring up the same thing, like run not being fast enough, you can go, okay, maybe in the next game we'll introduce a run button. Okay. But really, let's not forget that, like, if that person threw opinions at you anywhere else in any other context, you would not listen. I don't like your opinion. I don't care. But yeah, I'm not a fan of community reviews in general, I think.
Thank you for sharing. Streamers, Chalora, Jeff, did you have anything else to add, like dealing with negativity generally? Don't listen to it.
It's, it's sometimes when there's such an intention just to be hateful, I think sometimes something I always go back to is just like, wow, you gotta be really sad, like just a really sad person just to like be so aggressively hateful all the time. So I think like anytime I see that, when in doubt, just say that I'm like involved with their dad.
Right. Always a good one.
Yes.
They always say that there's no such thing as bad publicity, I guess. And in some respects, yeah, these days with cancel culture, not so much. But if your game is good and people are just, shouting off from the rooftops, at least they're shouting.
That's fair. At least they're
I want
talking about
attention,
it.
So.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
How do y'all feel about the relationship between indie gaming and streaming? Like, do you all like go seek out people playing your games, or how do you feel about streaming and game development?
I mean, personally, I love it. I try to drop by anytime someone is playing my game on a stream to, encourage them, say, thank you for playing my game. I know you have limited time to do on your streams. You have, limited number of games you can present to your community. I appreciate that you picked mine. And it's also really good research. Like, if you can see how people play your game, what decisions they make, why they're making those decisions, because they talk it through. They talk through their thinking process whenever they're making a choice. It can really help you in your game development abilities, because it can show you where your weaknesses are, where your strengths are. It can show you what you might want to do differently next time around. And my webcam does not want to focus, so I am transmitting I'm becoming a gaseous form, I guess.
Yeah. It's a soft filter. It's a beauty filter. That's what I use. Those are very good points. I mean, it's a different type of beta tester almost in a way, I guess.
Absolutely.
How about,
especially with the with your streamers have to be so good at multitasking. Like you're holding conversation with chat and you're trying to think about, am I being entertaining? And you have to play the game. And I'm very impressed at that. Because I would just be ignoring chat and being like, that's my gaming face.
Yeah, I can't multitask. I'm the same. I love watching streamers play like anything that I've made. I've grown to really love like I like to go to small, little, tiny streams, big streams, like, you know, stuff where the chat takes a little bit to pop off, and then once everyone starts chatting, like the community feeling is so exciting. I didn't really know what VTubers were until we put our thing out into the Queer Games bundle, and like mostly VTubers played our demo, and I was like, oh, VTubers, this is a new thing that I really like as well. This is fun.
Yeah.
So I love streamers. I think streamers are, you know, I believe the streamers are the future. Treat them well and let them lead the way, as they say.
Yes. Well, I mean, maybe.
I want the streamers to answer this question. Yourself as well, dear.
How do we feel about indie games and streamers? Should I answer first, or?
Yes.
Sure.
I love indie developers, just like how Stefan said. It's like if you go on Twitter and it's like, I'm playing this game, tag person or tag developer. There has been countless times, and actually, Stefan, you had mentioned that in your first segment today, is like, oh my gosh, I met you when you were playing my game. I've never talked to you face to face.
Yep.
That is the coolest thing, is to get the attention. Like for me, I love attention, obviously, but it's cool to get attention from people that are doing really cool things, especially people that I regard as artists. So like, I love when other drag artists like what I do. I like when people that make games like my streaming. Like, it is the best form of validation. And then so many times I've sort of started a relationship with these people too, like checking out their new game, or they send me a code, or I just like and comment on their posts. Like, there's just this form of community, I guess, that's a different side of it than someone just watching me normally. It's someone that made something that I'm experiencing and enjoying. It's just really unique and cool to me. Chalora, Jeff, how do you feel? Indie games, indie developers, streaming? Is there something there?
I have a long answer. I don't know about you, Jeff.
You can go first.
Do you have a short answer?
I don't. It might get long, so I say you go first.
Okay. Just for context, I've gone to PAX for the past almost 3 years, to both East and West. I pack my 4-day week with back-to-back interviews with indie devs, because AAA devs don't want to talk to me, which is fine. Screw them. Their loss.
Yeah.
I walk around in a ball gown. Like, what do you want? And I love the interaction that I get to have with them. I love when they're excited and they're interested. Or they have questions for me, or, you know, they want to interact, they want to collab, they want to do all sorts of things. I love when they're excited about their games. But I get really upset when I go to see them and I bring all my energy that I can, because at the end of the day, I plop wherever I'm, you know, hotel, house, whatever. And just because I'm not an extrovert. So using all that energy is like, it's really hard. And I'm sure it's hard for them too. But when they show a lack of interest, or they don't even know like certain things about their own game, or like they're really pessimistic, or I don't know, sometimes they're judgmental, because obviously I'm a drag queen running around. It's disheartening, because like I'm trying to promote indie games. I love indie games. I think the indie industry is really important. And of course, like I have conversations and PR with a lot of indie and PR teams and things like that outside of PAX. So I probably have about 30 or so games in my to review to stream list right now. And it's just getting bigger. I'm trying to keep
more
up.
games coming out.
And I really want to play them all. I want to share them all. I want to, provide a platform for them all. And it again, kind of, you tag the devs, you let them know, you make a poster, and I understand, people have lives and things like that. But when I don't get an interaction from the studio or the devs, when they don't show up to the stream, when they don't share the thing or anything, they don't show any interest, it kind of sucks. I can understand maybe there's a lot of people playing their game. I don't know. But when they do, it's really nice. And when they're excited, like I think I was watching previously known as Charlie Baba, because they just changed their name yesterday.
Sukar Baba.
Yeah, Sukar Baba. Was playing Thirsty Suitors, and the dev for that game showed up not once, but twice for several hours, and was
cool.
giving information, giving backstory. It was practically an interview in the chat. It was really heartwarming to see, and just really genuine and an enjoyable experience for not only the streamer but also for the viewers. So it's kind of its own version of free advertising when you show up and you show that you actually care about the game and the people playing it. I know obviously you can't be there for every streamer, but yeah.
It's always made me too nervous to want to jump on and see someone play, because I always have that thought of like, what if I jump on, they're 2 minutes in and they're like,
I don't like it.
It fucking sucks, and they close it. Like, that's my terror.
Right.
Terrified of that.
Right. That's totally fair.
I usually hang out for like 5 minutes, not saying anything, just to get a vibe check of like what the streamer's like, and if this is like something I'd want to like pop in and say, hey, hi, it's me. It's rare that I just sort of close out and say, no, this is not no. But every now and then it does happen.
Yeah. The only
there's an opportunity for synergy between content creators and especially indie devs, because the big ones are sometimes too big.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes I, like, on the rare occasion that I do see a dev, I'm like, I want you to hop up right up here, right next to me, and tell me about the game. Tell me the story.
Tell me a story. Yeah.
Give me the spiel. Like,
well, for the record, very open to this in future. Anyone listening?
Pete is available. Thomas is available.
Let us rant.
If our time zones work.
Stefan wants to rant.
I'll make it work.
JJ isn't interested. No, I'm kidding.
Either or, it's fine. It's good.
Yeah. My only other response with the topic is that, like, I struggle really hard with asking for compensation, just because, like, I work really hard on what I make. I work really hard on the stream that I produce. I work really hard at the community, and like I make TikToks, I make YouTube videos, I make, all sorts of stuff. And it can just be a little disheartening sometimes when I might I try to just play the game, and if it's good, it's good. I'll keep playing it, and I'm happy to help. I'm happy to show it off. I'm happy to share it. But obviously, compensation does come into play for people like me, who it's our job. Like, I know for you and Jeff as well. And like, I don't want to ask for money because I feel like a scum. I feel like but at the same time, it's really hard to be like, hey, I'd like to be compensated. And I've had situations where they're like, hey, can we take your video and make stuff with it? And I'm like, can you compensate me for that? And they're like, absolutely not. We'll find someone that'll do it for free.
Oh, ouch.
Okay, no. People are worth their time. People are worth their effort.
Yeah, you already put the work into it.
Made. That's your work there.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it all.
Yeah.
I do have we only have a few more minutes left here together. No, it's fine. I'm loving the conversation. I do want to take a question from the chat. Cringeworthy asked, what are some ideas in queer stories that haven't been explored enough in indie games? And then on the flip side, if you have nothing to say, what's been overdone? What is there enough of? Like, what step away from it?
I've got one, like Pete was saying earlier, like, I think what we haven't seen enough of is like established relationships, long-term established relationships between queer characters that have been together for XYZ amount of time. And then the flip side of that is like, and I'm guilty of it too, like lots of coming out stories, lots of coming of age stuff.
Don't play small town emo if you want to see coming out.
Cancel me. Stop it.
No, just play it for the pimple popping scene. That will stay with me forever.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mentioned in the chat, but for me, ace story options. Like, I didn't even know asexuality was a thing until I was 40. That's how badly represented it is. Like, I didn't know who I was until middle age. I would love to see more games with that. And I'm not just saying, like, give people the option not to have a romance path, but, like, give people the option to declare that they are asexual or aromantic.
Yeah.
And then have options in the story which adjust the dialogue accordingly.
That would be so nice. That's actually really smart. I mean, I think that would speak to a lot of people, because so many people are like, I don't want either of these. I don't want any of these romances. I just want to go play the game.
Yeah, that's cool.
And usually they take away story content if you don't want to follow a romance path. Like,
It just shuts it
I've
off.
been working on that. Like, Arcade Spirits, definitely, like, you lose some story content if you don't do the romance path. I've been improving on that. So for Penny, it's like you get the full story regardless of whether you're romancing or not.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see more games doing that.
Let us be best friends.
Yeah, just no relationships besides friendship. Why not?
I would say intersex folks and more queer people of color.
Yeah.
Keep it short.
Thank you. Jeff, JJ, anything else to add on that? Like, what has been overdone? What is underdone? What needs to go back in the oven?
The first thing that came to my mind, and it's not a hate on the genre at all, but definitely I feel like we went through a phase of having like visual novels left and right. And don't get me wrong, I love a visual novel, but it's so cool to see people like kind of like with Queer Man Peering. I was like, when I jumped in, it was just so cool that it was just like this world of like colorful things that I could just like walk and go follow. And like, I felt so immersive. So like, while, as a writer, I really love, just being able to showcase good storytelling just as it is. It's so cool. What video games I think do really well is like getting to immerse us in the world and getting to like to feel a part of it. So, adding, as diverse of queer representation as you can in a world where you actually feel like you're in it, I think is, my opinion, the way to go.
Absolutely.
I think everybody already covered it, but I guess as far as like what I would like to see more of is I do kind of agree with like, I mean, we get a lot of visual novels because I don't want to say they're easy to make. They're not, because we're making a narrative focused game and that is very difficult to make. But the tools are more accessible, I guess I should say, for a lot of them. But I kind of want to see more action games that just have queer characters in them. I want to see like a fun Dirty Pair kind of game, like something that's like Dirty Pair, or like, I guess for any furries that are in the chat, like Havoc Inc., which is a deep cut perhaps in the comics community. But something like that, but an action game would be really cool. The end. That's my thing.
Well, I can't wait for you to make it, and I'm going to play it.
Yes.
Okay, I'm putting it on the list.
Yay! Thank you all so much for making the time to be a part of this panel at the Queer Indies Showcase. I believe that we are almost out of time. We're almost finished. It's almost over. But I want to go down the line, have everyone reintroduce themselves, and tell everyone to wish list your games. And streamers, tell people to follow you. Okay, we're going to start with Stefan.
Stefan Gagny, lead whatever at Fiction Factory Games, and please buy Penny Larceny, Gig Economy Supervillain, and Arcade Spirits, The New Challengers, both on sale right now.
Buy it.
Thomas Barra, narrative designer / co-founder at Knife Games. Please go wishlist / play Small Town Emo, and go wishlist Shelf Life Article Detective on Steam. Yeah.
Pete, half a fuzzy ghost. And please buy Queer Man Peering into a Rockpool.jpg and wishlist Janet de Mornay as a slumlord and a witch, which is coming next year.
Guess what? I just did.
Did that.
Hey.
JJ?
I'm JJ, the creative director at MidBoss, as well as the director for Read Only Memories Neurodiver. I said I was a dummy, and the reason why Neurodiver is happening is because of all of the smart people that also helped me work on it. And I hope that you wishlist it on Steam.
As if everyone hasn't already. Come on.
Jeff, go ahead.
So you can catch me anywhere at Jeff Brutlog. Definitely follow my Twitch channel because you can catch me Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays playing anything magical, kooky, or spooky. You may also see, you probably saw his face a little bit, you may see my cat Smokey, who does love to clean me while he's on my lap. So you can always assume that I guess I'm dirty or something.
Ooh.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
I've seen your TikToks.
Hey, well.
Shalora.
Hi, I'm Shalora. I'm a trans drag streamer. You can find me on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. If you don't find me under Shalora, you can find me under Shalora Flora. And wishlist my game. I mean, follow me. That wasn't my line.
Thank you all so much. My name is Dear. Let's play what you fear. I'm a content creator on here and on TikTok, on Twitter and on Instagram and wherever, everywhere. Go and follow me, Dear Drag Queen. Just Google it. Thank you
for
so
hosting,
much.
Dear.
Thank you.
You're wonderful.
Thank you. This was so much fun. You're all dolls. Thank you, IGDA. Thank you, MidBoss. Thank you, GaymerX, for making this wonderful space where queer games can be featured and celebrated. And thank you, streamers, for playing them. Bye, everyone.
Good seeing you.
Bye.
Okay, coming to you in 3.
Whew. That was amazing. All right. So I have a script to read, but oh my god, that was
Yeah,
such a
right.
panel.
Like throw the script away.
Oh my, just throw the script away. Can we talk about the gay button for a minute? Because yeah, there's a gay button. I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't mind. Bring it on. as long as there's some other options, like what about the ace button or the buy button?
No. Like the point
Bring
that
it
the group was making was that you have to opt in to this queer content a lot of the time. And it's like,
yeah,
you're right.
Opt in. That's a perfect way to put it, Katie. And I love that the conversation really took it to where it's like, we need more games where we can opt into so many options that are actually representative of the diverse community that we are as the queer community, LGBTQIA 2S plus community, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no. All right. So that was amazing. I hope everyone took something really cool away from that discussion. We all have a unique path and journey, and if you want to make games, let me be the one to tell you, do it. You don't need permission. We need your voice. We need your voice in games.
Absolutely. Yeah. I know, 100%. If I may interject, I think we not only need your voice in games, but I feel like you need your voice in games. I need my voice in games. I think that's why we're all part of this industry. And I have to plug IGDA because IGDA has really been instrumental in my life, and GaymerX has been instrumental in my life to even get into the industry. I've told you this conversation before for another night. But if you're not in the industry and you want to be, join IGDA. Join a community where you can be around developers, where you can connect with others, where you can learn about the craft and make your voices and stories heard and told. So with that said, thank you so much to all of the amazing streamers, the creatively talented game devs, and the inspirational panelists, and of course, the amazing moderator, Dear. I think our first queer indie showcase was a hit.
Yeah.
I might be biased, but I tend to agree. Anyway, seriously, thank you all so much for joining us and celebrating the content creators and queer indie developers who make games that make us feel seen and heard.
And thank you to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. I Am 8-Bit, Insomniac Games, Chorus Worldwide, and Heart Machine. Thank you so much.
And thank you to the staff at IGDA, GaymerX, and MidBoss for supporting this event and its production. You can follow IGDA, GaymerX, and MidBoss on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, and their respective social media handles at IGDA, at GaymerX, spelled GAYMERX, and MidBoss, at MIDBOSS.
And I have to say huge shout out to our producer, Adam, the individual behind the scenes, making all the magic happen for you today. Yes, bow to Adam. Adam, thank you so much for all that you've done tonight and really putting in so much heart into this 4 hours of exciting queer indie content. Right, well, we can't wait to see you all next year for the 2nd annual Queer Indie Showcase. We'll have more information about that because we got to do another one, right?
We have to now.
Absolutely. Well,
All right.
with that, we will conclude the Queer Indies Showcase for this time. But thank you all so much for being here, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you and
Bye,
goodbye.
everyone.